everybody. That was not the best time to stretch. I'm sorry. Came out of nowhere. Surprise! My dumbass is back in the storyteller spot. This wasn't exactly the plan, but we're here. No, seriously. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. So we're gonna do something a little bit different this time with the epilogue. We're gonna go ahead and do a little bit of behind the scenes so that you guys get to see what it is we do between each and every season, ironically. So today's going to be a lot of out of character discussions. There are questions that a lot of people have asked in the forum, so we're going to go about excuse me. Go about asking the players that. We're going to go about the storytellers that. So as a heads up, if you're here, there's going to be a lot of back and forth between me and James here, especially since some of these questions are aimed at the storyteller, but they're very clearly aimed at what should have better been the creator over the storyteller. So, with that being said, I'm going to ask players here, do you guys want to start with the session 0, or technically 0.5, or do you guys want to start with the questions? We can do either or.
You guys have to suffer more than me, so, like, your choice.
I would prefer
I get to say
the session 0 first.
Okay, so session 0. So, I'm going to go ahead and end up with what would have been the epilogue today of things that were discussed in character, but we're going to do them a little bit above game. This has been something that me and James have talked about behind the scenes of what of what my intention was versus what he needs a little bit adjusted now that he's taken over storyteller. And if you're new watching and you don't know what this means, it's every 4th season I take over as a storyteller, so that our storyteller, you can see him down below on the screen, he actually gets to be a player for a little bit. So there's a bit of a transition between the 3rd and 4th session of a chronicle where it's him telling me and then back again from me to him so that we could do it. So, with that being said, I'm going to jump into the punishments. So there's a little bit more details on the punishments. We were originally just going to let you figure it out during session 1, but I feel like you guys should go ahead and know now to explain some things that are going to happen. 1, with the clan enemy, I know Kayla has 2. They have the Giovanni and the Iron. So what I'm going to speak about, since both of y'all share Iron, and then you guys can... Let me get my hand from in front of the mic so that, like, I'm not cutting myself off like a jackass. I swear I'm there today. Since it's something that you guys both share. So, for this one particularly, Iron Clan is going to go out of their way to try and either torture your character or get them killed. And that is above table. They are seeing you guys as an extreme masquerade breach, but they're also trying to keep their pretty perfect face and keep things good. So there will seem like there are some things that they are purposely doing to hurt your character, and it is being done that way on purpose. It is not it's not particularly you're being bullied or targeted. This is part of your flaw. With that, I believe James said he doesn't have actual intention to kill your characters, because you guys are smart enough that you should be able to, navigate around it. However, it's going to be a lot harder for you guys when it comes to interacting with the Iron Clan specifically. Ooh, I can't stop burping. Somebody got me lunch, and then I tried to down my coffee, and now I can't stop burping.
Fine, I'll cover for you.
There you go. No. So, for Kayla, that would also be the Giovanni. I don't know what the Giovanni plans, because the flaw goes anywhere from They want nothing to do with you, that they're trying to kill you. The Iron Clan specifically are the ones that are just trying to get rid of you without pissing Mom off, because Mom said, no, don't kill them. Everybody deserves a second chance. And she sticks to that very well. So they're trying to do it without technically breaking the laws that Mama said, no, you can't just straight off kill them. Now,
There are many states that aren't death.
Yes, there will be points in time where Claire shows up throughout the next 3 seasons. And if you do manage to find her, this will be downtime roleplay. I'm not going to bring her in when we're in the middle of the actual play, because during the actual play, I'm actually be playing my character. But if you find her during downtime, you are more than welcome to go and report it to her. Go and talk to her. This is something that me and James have already talked about. So she can come in and out, and if you find her, by all means, talk to her. Mike, do not make me punch the shit out of you. Today is not the day. Everybody on stream.
My name isn't Mike.
No, my mic's just being stupid. It keeps falling, and I don't know why. But, so there's going to feel like sometimes it's a bit hard. Do keep in mind places like Elysium actually is Iron Clan domain. Like, the actual name of Iron Clan is the Iron Tower. That is their home. So going there, even though you have to, is going to put you in the situation of dealing with the Iron Clan. Choo-choo. Sorry. I was reading chat and it said choo-choo. But you guys are good. Everybody agreed that it was fine to have that if it's something that needs to be edited a little bit more, Miko said, or James said, he's willing to deal with it a little bit, you know, twist it. But for the most part, they are going through the I don't like you. With that being said, do keep in mind the flaw gives you a +2 difficulty when dealing with them socially. So dealing with the higher ups, like the Ace, the Iron Sheriff, or the Iron Prince, will make the difficulty go above 10, so you can't interact with them. There's no way to interact with them. If it beats a 10, you can't deal with them. Unless you have something amazing, like, I believe if you double spec, for example, like Clarabelle, who has forceful as a charisma spec, and then, what was it, leadership was compelling. The way the table works is if you double specialize in something and the double specialization does kick in, it lowers the difficulty by 2. So then it puts it at your difficulties of 10, and then you can attempt. Doesn't mean that it's going to go well. You get
Same
to
is
attempt.
true for things like weird pheromones or supernatural weirdness.
Double specializing in something, and if the double specialize kicks in, it will always, table rules, drop the difficulty by 2, and you still get the specialization. Like for Danica, I know this is not rules as written before anybody comes for my throat. Ananasi naturally have pheromones that can make it easier dealing with the opposite sex. She also has a merit that does it again. I didn't know that they weren't supposed to be taken at the same time. That was a fuck up on me. I'm playing Pharah for the very first time. I am learning as I go. The storyteller was like, no, I think this is really funny, so let's do it. So, Ananasi pheromone -2 difficulty, animal magnetism -2 difficulty, and then double specializing in charisma and subterfuge for innocent. My difficulty is at a -6. Like, -6 to any of my difficulty. When it comes to dealing with the opposite sex. So things like that do kick in. So you can...
Same sex, not so much.
Oh, no, same sex, it's a +6 difficulty because I'm pissing them off. But that's okay. I mean, Danica's an equal opportunity lover. She doesn't have a sexual preference. If it's smashable, it's smashable. And then, you know, if they're not smashable, then they could be besties, you know? Just like she's equal opportunity. Everybody can get love. It's just different levels of love. Garus are like way up there though, like top dog. Get it? This is why we usually don't stream the session zeros because none of us are taking shit serious anymore. But that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, if you're fuzzy around Danica, you become plushy. But I can't stop it now. Anywho, so that is with that flaw. Oh, what was the other flaw that you guys got? Masquerade breakers. That's the easy, self-explanatory flaw. Everybody in the city knows that you've broken the masquerade. They know that you're a risk to be around. It's gonna make it a little harder dealing with other kindred who are very, like, heavy with the laws. So, like, dealing with certain people, for example, the venture in the city is gonna be really hard because they're really sticklers for the law. So dealing with you is either going to come at owing heavier boons, or they're just not going to deal with you at all because they don't want to put the risk of dealing with someone who breaks the masquerade because that could come back on them. That's easy. These next 3 seasons it's a cross splat between Vampire the Masquerade and the Feyre anyways. So you guys, I mean, you're not always going to have to deal with the kindred. Kine, they'll deal with you still. Feyre, I mean, they're Feyre, depending on the Feyre, they're not going to deal with you anyways because you're a fucking kindred. Why am I censoring myself? Because you're a fucking kindred. Like,
Of all
Val,
shows
come
to
on.
censor yourself on, this is
not the one. This is
show.
not the one.
Yeah.
Like, great. I'm all there, I swear. All there. What was it? Oh, so there's a few things I have to clean up with the 2 of you guys because I was still storyteller at the time. Before we go to Miko, because I gotta do Miko too. But I'm gonna do you 2 first. So, Artemis, Kayla, any, like, do y'all have a preference of who goes first with it? Okay, so Kayla it is. Nose
goes. Whoever
Nose
didn't cover
goes.
their nose had to go.
Yeah, whoever doesn't cover their nose has to go. It's an American thing.
like fries pizza, whatever it was about skiing. Yeah.
French fried
Remember
pizza.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a skate thing, you know, open, close, go fast, stop. He thought we actually meant French fry pizza. You know, French fry pizza for skating,
sounds amazing.
skiing.
I had a moment where I thought you guys were putting French fries on pizza, which as a Scotsman I could only applaud, but was also slightly confused by, given the subject of conversation at the time. Given we deep fry pizza in batter, you know, it's like pot calling kettle black. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, Kayla, we're gonna go over 2 things. One is explaining your resources, your dots, getting your new haven, and another are the daggers. So you can keep the daggers. We're gonna start there. Or you can give them to Claire. If you give them to Claire, what she's gonna do, she's gonna set you up with a haven. This will be in a domain that you own, so it will give you a 1-star haven. You can upgrade it yourself. It'll be completely yours. You'll own it. You'll own the land on it, and then you'll get 1 dots in domain. So not only is the house yours to do with as you want, but the immediate area around it. So like the sidewalks on each side. Stop hitting the mic, you dumb bitch. Anywho, the mic is like all the way over there and I still somehow managed to fucking hit it.
Listen, we're professional, y'all. We're professional.
I'm a professional jacket.
I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
Could you not fall? Okay. Anyhow. Maybe if I have it a foot away, I won't hit it anymore. No. So it will set you up, and I know that you needed a haven. This will put it to where you're not in a kindred's domain, so you don't have to owe boons or anything like that. It will give you a small hunting ground. So say if somebody comes by your house or they're stuck outside, or like a homeless person is sleeping on the street in front of your house, you can feed from them. So it gives you that ability to be able to hunt and feed. Anybody else sees James become the fuzzy one in his background, the clear one? And now he's muted.
I was being interrupted by a dog. Sorry, she is very
Clearly.
attention seeky tonight. She's a very soppy little thing.
So that will set you up, and it will give you the ability to build upon it as you will without you having to sell any of your equipment for resource dots to get it. Which means you'd keep, I believe it's like 4 dots of resources. So you'd be able to keep all of your equipment and then move into your new house. I have no problem sitting with you and discussing what kind of haven you have, if that makes sense. Kind of like, hey, do you want a house? Do you want like an old abandoned shop? Do you want to be able to a butchery, kind of like live under the butchery so people can come in? Do we want to put it like close to the Zemi so their leftover scraps could be thrown to you for your feeding habit? Stuff like that. Or you can keep the daggers, but you're gonna have to find a way to get your own haven and everything.
I don't think that she cares much about the daggers
Okay.
now.
Okay. So we'll end up giving it to you. Do you have a preference on what kind of haven you want? Now, it's not going to be super fancy. It's just a 1 dot across the board. You can build it up throughout the Chronicle as you play up to a 5 dot and everything. Luxury, security, and size. Obviously, build to make it bigger, and that does count as if you make a basement and you go deeper and deeper with it. Do you have a preference? Do you know like what exactly it is you're looking for in terms of a haven?
I was thinking one of 2 things. Either like a mortuary or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's, they deal with the bodies.
Mm-hmm.
So, but one for John Doe's.
Okay.
So either that or a lab.
Lab. I think the closest abandoned lab would be, I believe, hold on, let me pull up. Because I think it's over by the Zemi, but that's because that they are throwing body parts there because nobody questions it. The morgue, I believe, most of the unclaimed morgues are in Giovanni territory, I believe, because they're owning how they can distribute it out. So I don't.
Yeah.
No.
Hold on, I am pulling up the map for the city. Yeah, so the Zemi area would be the next one that has quote unquote labs for sale. I say for sale, like you're actually gonna buy it. It's pretty much Claire walking up and going, "This is theirs now. Fuck off." It looks like it's in Area 3, over by the Bay Shore, I believe. Yes? The Bay Shore, over where all the abandoned warehouses and stuff are.
Sorry, I'm having to zoom out on Google Maps.
It's in the Great South Bay. On the Long Island Strip itself.
It's off the water too?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
Bayshore is
awesome.
like, yeah, it's literally. I mean, you could probably stand outside your haven and look into the fucking ocean itself, if what I'm
Waterfront
looking at. Is correct.
property.
Yeah.
And it's are there? You said there were other labs in the area too, like, or
So
is it just like?
the Zemi are the ones that own primarily most of the labs in New York, but that is because of a deal they made with Iron Clan. So Kindred owned are almost exclusively them, and then the actual hospitals itself is a mix between the Giovanni, the Ventrue, and the Zemi. Every hospital in the city is owned by either a Favorite or a Kindred, one of the two. Like, all of them. So, the labs are almost exclusively connected to them, but like independent labs are all Zemi, and that is their front for taking it over. So what she's doing is she's going to go flirt with the good old curator and be like, hey, I need this. And by flirt, I mean go translate a few of his artifacts for him, and then get said little area. Little lab. Let's see. Hold on, let me see exactly. We're
Are you
going to
thinking
go-
near the Good Samaritan University Hospital? Kind of end.
Yes. Yes. I'm thinking, let's go. It's not going to be super big because the size is only a 1. So I'm looking at probably like a studio size apartment, maybe like 750 to 800 square feet. And that's a ground floor, so if you wanted to, you could, as you get money and work for people, do a basement type thing, get it dug out, go down deeper and deeper and make it bigger, and stuff. What do you think?
That works for me.
Okay.
Starting off,
Okay.
would I be able to alter the first floor if I wanted? 'Cause-
Yeah. Yeah, like, it's completely yours. So, I'm gonna put it as, I know this isn't how it actually is in New York City, but storyteller, I get to bullshit my way through things. We're gonna put it as like a kind of like a little corner side. What the fuck is being cooked in my house? It smells so good. I'm sorry. Kind of like a little urgent care. So like you got like this little mini parking lot and everything. It's nothing super duper fancy.
It has a
That way
parking lot in New York City. Like, that's lovely.
you could park maybe 5 cars in that hoe.
That's great.
That's great as is. Not super fancy. I guess in New York that would be considered fancy. Yo ass got a
Yes.
parking lot. So that gives you enough that you can have that. So mark that in your channel. And then that's good. I gotta blow my nose. One moment. Bro, I could be fine. And then the moment I get on stream, my fucking nose starts fucking up. I hate this. Anywho, that gives you that. What else was it? Your resources. I'm not gonna say anything of yours was burnt in the fire because I believe all your actual lab equipment was underground. So we're gonna say that you still have all your lab equipment. So that will be able, between the end of last season and the start of this new season, at some point it was moved into the new place. It only has security 1, so pretty much what you have is locks on your front door and bars over windows. It's not super fancy, no cameras, no nothing like that. But then that gives you the ability to start working up next season and fighting people. I'm not sure, because I believe you had asked about using spirits as a security. I'm not sure how that works. I know that for the city itself they use spirits, but that's because they have people always focusing strictly on the spirits to keep them guided. So maybe that's something that you'll have to explore in your downtime. So I would say after session 1, and that you're all settled in and you know introduced into the new coterie or something, that during your personal story arc, I would sit with James and do the role play on seeing how about that would go.
And the
Um,
thing that you can think about in advance is looking at the mechanics of how that gets maintained. Because there is an aspect of how long do the powers last and
Mhm.
what's the cost of those powers versus how you sustain it, so you don't get trapped in a, so what do you spend most of your time doing? I spend 3 days chewing on people and shaking them like maracas to keep my ghosts going. Wow, how many ghosts you get? 1. You know, that sort of horrible diminishing returns you can get trapped into. So it's something we can dig through.
um, I do want to say that you're not the only Giovanni in the city that's outcast. So you can find others and perhaps even recruit them in and make a small domain that you can eventually open yourself, expand it. Obviously you're not gonna be able to do that right off the bat, especially with the masquerade break flaw. Now, I am going to state this. As we go through the seasons and we earn experience, you can use experience if you've done enough roleplay to buy flaws off. The only flaws that can't be bought off are supernatural flaws. I believe he said those are permanent, so like touch of frost, no reflection, smell of the grave, stuff like that. They're stuck. And you need to check in before you do it. So say Kayla and Artemis spend all season 1 going around reporting the people breaking the laws, bringing them in, so on and so forth. Like they're upholding the masquerade, they're upholding iron laws, they're upholding the Sabbat laws, and then eventually, you know, hey, I feel like I've done enough in these last 4 months of game time, because one season will be 4 full months in game. I feel that, wait, June, July, August, September, October. I'm wrong. 5 months in game time. I feel like I've done enough that I should be able to buy this off. And then what will happen is James will sit down and we'll go over all the notes. And then if it is, then you can then use your experience to buy off the flaw so that nobody has it anymore. On the contrary, if you fuck up more, you will go from Masquerade Breaker to Red List. So, I think that's fine. I don't know how he's going to do clan amenity. I think it's just how you try to build up the relationships with the clans that you have pissed off.
So, because I tend to try and run things in depth, as in each character, each NPC is their own person and has depth, different ones will react in different ways, depending on what their personal priorities are. The clan hates your guts, whichever clan it is. You know, they don't like you. They want stuff to bad stuff to happen to you generally. What each individual might want to do to contribute that might range from stalking you in your own home and leaving reminders about things, or I don't know, like leaving a flashbang in a booth that you're in Elysium and walking out, and going, "Ha, fuck you." You know, it could vary quite wildly. But generally speaking, there will be a variety of how they want to fuck with you, such as, "Hey, I'm going to make it my personal mission to beat that person in the face on a regular basis, vent my frustrations. Not at all that I'm referencing pretty much Artemis's entire Downtime Session Zero experience at this point, in specific, which has been a litany of, oh, you guys really don't actually like me at all. Okay. Kind of experiences. But there will be people who, if they get the chance, will happily push you off a bridge. You know, it's if it's within their own ethics and code of behaviors, and they can get away with it, depending on their personality, they'll probably do it. Rods will just eat you potentially if they catch you fucking up, because it's like, oh no, this person's already fucked up enough. We can just, welcome to the dollhouse, please. Well, not anymore, but Third's not here anymore, unfortunately.
No,
No
no.
suspicious screaming in the middle of the
But
night.
the mini baby sister that she hasn't adopted yet is.
Yet. I noticed
Yet.
that word. Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna come back with Claire and be like, I'm adopting this one. No, so there you go. Do you have anything else? I know that was the two things that you mentioned. Unless I am, let me go peek in player channels. Where's Kayla's channel? Oh,
Pretty
right,
sure.
I have everything.
Yeah.
I have all muted channels hidden. Hold on. There you go. Okay. Yeah, no, that works perfectly. Okay. No, I think I covered everything. Hey, I'm good at this.
You are, yes.
Ironically. Let me go find, and then there's Artemis's. Let me go through yours real quick, because I believe the one that I have to do specifically is the whole kids in Haven thing, yes? I'm not doing the ghoul because that is more on James's downtime, and I think you planned on doing that in session 0 anyways, where I'm not storyteller anymore.
She says with a degree of relief.
I am. Do not get me wrong. I loved being the storyteller season 4. And I loved the fact that I was trusted enough that somebody who has pretty much put the last 6 years of their life into Iron New York, writing it and creating it, balancing it, was like, hey, here, I'm gonna give this to you for an entire half year. Do whatever you want with it. I trust you. I loved that. I am so ready to go back to being a player. I'm so ready to go back to being a player. Artemis, so your children. So you can't ghoul them yet. They are not ghouled, mainly because everybody at the table is very keen on the rules of consent, and blood bonding obviously is not a very consensual thing once the 1 dot happens, and considering they are kids, that is against all table, comfort in regardless, especially since it can develop feelings and stuff, and we're dodging all of that. Don't do it. So they can't be ghouled. And you can't tell them what you are. You have to hide what you are. So the reason why this was done as your punishment specifically was a double-edged sword. They seen that you cared enough when Kayla was eating their mom to get them away from that situation, that they felt that you were mature and had a big enough heart that you actually did care. And they don't want to have to put these kids into the system. So they thought you could do this. But at the same time, they're trying to teach you to be a whole lot better in terms of thinking about how to hide things. Because while you were good, you relied a little too heavy on La Sombra really can't be seen by cameras and stuff. that you forgot that, actual witnesses and stuff are a thing. So this was their way of teaching you, hey, you have to be a little bit more careful because technology's not going to pick you up. Billy Bob Joe sitting on the corner saw you and you didn't do anything about it. So you have to be more careful with that. But they were also feeding into your family bonds that you have, and wanting to take care of your family and your friends, and that you really did have that big fucking heart to save them, not letting them see their parents die or anything like that. So they have been reconditioned into believing that you were just their big sibling. I don't think I assigned whether you were a sister or a brother, because apparently Artemis can't even figure out their own gender. No.
I didn't realize we were just calling everyone out on stream today.
No. I wasn't. I'm not being silly. That is legitimately Artemis. They don't know whether they're a man, a woman, or neither. They don't know. So they like conform to all of them.
I'm gonna roll a dice. Let's find out.
Roll a dice every day.
Yeah.
Love it.
How do you know what I'm
fluid for the
doing?
win. So they are assuming that the fire that took place in Upper Manhattan that had wiped a majority of the Giovanni's property was pretty much set on fire and burnt. That their house was just collateral damage, and that their mom and dad died in the fire. So they actually legitimately have no clue how their mom and dad died. But when they turn of age, so obviously one's going to be 18 before the other, you're to sit down and explain to them what happened. I did it at that because that's years down quite literally years in game down the road, and probably will never be something on screen done, because you're looking at anywhere from 5 to, I think it's like 8 years from now, being able to do it. But that's it. That's all they tell you. So they've been marked by, I believe it was Alice who did the dominate for conditioning. So whatever you tell them is what they will end up believing. And that's just how they've been conditioned. So if you're like, hey, I've been away at college, my bad, this is like how we grew up, XYZ, this will become their story. I left that for you so that you can decide what it is that they know you as. You can sit with, again, James and figure out what exactly it is that you told them, or you can just do it in game during session 0, and decide. But right now the only thing set in stone is you are their older sibling, and you're back for whatever reason to take care of them because mom and dad died. Now, with that being said, I know you were talking about trying to find resources and stuff. So mom didn't have life insurance, dad did, but the life insurance, I believe, was only a dot in resources. I think it was like the equivalent of maybe 15,000. So that would have been enough to help you get the place that you're currently in. Maybe a car so that you could drive to get them to places, because I believe you did say that you had drive.
A beaten up Subaru.
That's perfect for Artemis, honestly.
Yep. And it's sold cheap because someone painted it in matte black house paint.
Oh god.
Beautiful.
Oh god. This is perfect.
Like you can see the streaks. You can see the streaks and everything.
So
I'm writing this down.
Yeah, it was enough that you're not starting completely helpless. Like, obviously, you may have like a month or two in game. So around session 2, 3, 4, 6, you're gonna need to start getting jobs, or have one before then so that you can start upkeeping with things. to be able to deal with it. Oh God, where did it go? Okay. I hit my mouse
To the
and
moon.
the stuff I had highlighted vanished. Uh, I have so many notes going on right now. So
Fine.
there.
I'm slowly becoming you. See? See? I said slowly. I'm not going full ham. Yeah. I'm a potato, not a ham sandwich. Yeah. Yeah.
You want me to go in the closet?
No. Well, back in the closet.
Yeah. You want to see my Google Doc? It's currently
No.
at 678
No.
pages.
We very much believe in getting people out of the closet and accepted by their community. So
If anybody is, ever wondering who the note taker of this table is, I'm not sorry.
it's clearly Surf. It's clearly Surf.
Oh, clearly Surf.
No.
Not
You're not
yet.
alone
Right.
anymore.
Not yet.
I have 3 notebooks dedicated to this so
So-
far.
I'm going to have more books pretty soon. Because now I got to get one for Danica.
I mostly have a mess.
I am so obsessed with taking notes. I have notes for other people's characters. And that's... Could you please stop following Mike? That's because obsessive, if like I see something James writes, I'm like, that's gonna come back later to haunt them. Let me write this down so that when they're confused, I could just be like, hey, remember
Not
this
them,
point in
me.
time?
It's gonna haunt me. Me. I'm the person getting that across the back of the head so often. Deservedly, but I'm sitting there going, wait, what do you mean that oil drum that was painted yellow out the front of the small corner shop was secretly
Put it this way, if anybody at the table ever has questions, including storyteller, it's usually pinging me and going, so what happened at this
Yeah.
point in time? And I'm like, hold on, page 329. Oh, this.
Hold on. No. It's usually preceded by, well, what had happened was.
What had happened was. It's my favorite thing.
Yeah. Normally.
I'm just... I don't know why. It is a severe obsession of mine to take notes. Even if those notes mean absolutely nothing at the time, and then I get cursed out by the storyteller when it's 6 months later, and I'm like, hey, so I was going back and looking through notes and I put XYZ together and this is what I'm thinking, and then this asshole goes, can you please stop looking at my notes? Well, these are my notes. He goes, bitch, you just called out the entire plot for the next, 2 years. The fuck you mean? Don't worry about it.
Listen, it's not as bad as your tarot deck. Still not as bad as your tarot deck.
You're just happy I'm not playing Claire anymore, so those deck is not there. But it's okay. It's okay. Because now Aconite's gonna take up tarot reading, and then she's gonna do it.
In the best way. Oh, no.
Got some astrology already going. Let's go.
Let's do it. So, context behind that. When I first started playing Claire, I wanted to get into tarot reading, and I had asked James, because I know his wife does tarot reading, like, hey, if to help me get into it, I do LARP, a VTM LARP in real life, and the Venture bought me a tarot deck. And I was like, oh, could I, instead of rolling, could I draw the cards and then interpret them? And he's like, if you genuinely learn how to do tarot reading, and you only use the deck for roleplay, because we don't want to cross roleplay with real life, I will let you do it. And I agreed. So I had cleansed the deck to restart it safe, and I only used it as my character Clarabelle. And it got to the point where James was like, yeah, you can't use the tarot deck anymore. Because when I would put them down and I would read them and what they were meaning, he was like, I'm tired of this shit. Because the first time I did it, it called out the entire plot for Claire. The second time I did it, it called out the entire plot for Mercurio. And when I did it the third time, it called out everything for Terrace. And he's like, no, get the deck out of here. So then I start doing it in the Discord for other players' characters. Like, you could come to Claire and she would do tarot readings for you. and it would eventually just start targeting them to the point where everybody was like, yeah, no, the deck's gotta go. Like the deck is just, it's either A, calling out your plots and what's going on, or B, it is so hard targeting your fucking character that like people were just like, ow. That deck is
Now I'm
currently
curious.
setting, where the fuck is it? It's somewhere in here.
Like,
But
in all deadly seriousness, the number of times where I'm sat there going, aha, I've finally written a bulletproof plan for this episode.
and then
15
one
minutes
of,
later, fuck you!
one of the NPCs, like Janet, would be like, hey, could you read mine? I want to know what's happening to me in the coming months. So I would do the tarot spread for it. And then it'd be like, oh, somebody's going to come into your life that completely challenges your beliefs and turns you upside down, and you're not going to be able to stand against it. So when that time comes, you really need to stand your ground and remember who you are. And the very next season, Janet meets Casimir, completely turns her world upside down. She completely ignores all of her rules and beliefs and fails to stand on her business. And she ends up getting punished for it, just like the deck called. And then he just looks at me and he goes, no, the deck is not allowed anymore. So I think I used my deviation specialty for occult a season and a half before the storyteller goes, no, you're rolling for it from here on out. But at the same time, he was also very proud because I did stick to my guns and I actually learned how to do tarot reading. I learned what the cards meant and stuff to actually be able to do it without stepping on beliefs and spirituality and everything like that. And that is the level of degree in which I get into character. I will learn entire fucking new skill sets in real life to be able to play. Like, I will learn them. I'm about to beat the shit out this mic, I swear to God. Okay, there we go. Anyhow, so back to Co. No, you're good. So you've got the Haven. We've already talked about that. We have that set up to where it's at. It's not on the good side of town, but you have a safety for it. You have, if you put all the resources into taking care of the house, power, water, trash, the rent, food, you could last two and a half months and not have to worry about it. So that would be sessions 1, 2, 3, 4. So between 4 and 5, session 4 and 5, you will end up needing between now and then to get a job and start taking care of stuff. For the sake of this, I believe we said that the apartment is yours, so it's just pretty much paying New York City taxes. I think when we looked into it, it's like
Water, power, and
it was like $280 a year for like the taxes or some shit like that, just to own it, because it's just an apartment. You don't actually own land or anything. And it's not anything big. It's literally a 1-bedroom, and I'm assuming you put the kids in the bedroom and you sleep in the, or you in the bedroom and the kids are got like the whole living room or whatever. You're sleeping in a closet or something for your daytime thing.
Over the pantry.
There you go. You're sleeping over the pantry.
no, on a shelf, like the fridge is underneath, and it soothes you into the day sleep.
So, I don't have a ghoul yet. I didn't do the ghoul thing for you. I know that that's what you want it to do. I'm gonna let you do that session 0. So next week, work on that. Get a session, a ghoul going. If not, you can do it after session 1. That's no problem. If that helps a bit. Let's say, what was it? Possible plans ghoul. Okay, I don't have that. So like a nanny ghoul, and then a ghoul to help you with taking care of that daytime
Passive
stuff.
income.
Honestly, income is okay. Yeah. So you're good. Is there anything else y'all want to discuss? Oh, that's what it is. So the both of you do have harnesses on, the same one that Miko had. It can't come off.
Beep.
If you try to take it off, it will detonate. If you try to tamper it, it will detonate. If you go outside of New York City limits, it will detonate. Now, the thing with that is because there are places in the gauntlet thin enough that you can accidentally cross into the Umbra, you have to be careful. Because if you cross into the Umbra, it will go off. Because you're not in New York City anymore. So that is the whole point of being very close or trying to befriend your new coterie mate who's going to claim that she's a gangrel who can very clearly walk into the Umbra because Dad taught her. So her specialty is specifically knowing when the gauntlet is thick enough or thin enough that you could accidentally walk into it. So relying on her for that's going to be a big thing. The same point if you walk into strong spiritual zones that could cause pretty much EMPs. It could detonate it, which is why you gotta rely on Kayla, because that is her specialty. Being able to pick up very strong spirit activities. Or being very careful around Artemis when they use certain powers, because Lasombra powers could accidentally cause it to malfunction, counting as tampering, and it would detonate. Theirs doesn't go that way, so Artemis's specifically is tailored to the fact that they're Lasombra. So theirs is not going to detonate with that. You're fine. Use your Lasombra
Like
powers.
wooden gears, ceramic, like a
Yeah.
little water clock.
So you're good. So you don't have to worry about yours and your Lasombra powers. With that, the last thing I'm going to go over is the infection of the plague is still happening. Just because I'm not storyteller anymore, that doesn't mean it's not happening. Both of you have mutations. Your mutations have kicked in. Both of you are infected. Don't worry. By the end of this season, poor Aconite will be infected too because her stepmom can't keep her legs closed and is now fucking with the Feyre. Claire's a whore. Let's be real here. Call her what she is.
Listen, I'm not brave enough. Call her anything other than yes.
Clarabelle's a whore. I'm not whore shaming, but that girl's got more partners than I did in high school, and I slept with the entire basketball team. And the tennis team. And half the cheerleading squad. Maybe I was a whore.
We don't judge. We merely celebrate your clear enthusiasm.
There's some lore about the storyteller. I'm not that way anymore, I promise. Now I'm just an idiot. And very socially awkward. But James does know your mutations. You will learn those in story. He does have your infection rate. I have put into the storyteller resources what the original infection rates do. And that is based off the Apocalyptic Bloods. They're not necessarily the same for Iron New York. It has been altered. And it is still being altered in a way that makes James more comfortable with it, because my story completely revolves around the plague. Iron New York obviously does not, but it is absolutely meant to hinder your character. It is supposed to be the start of Gehenna, the end of your entire race. So it is not good things. You could probably use them for good things if you learn how to deal with the mutations. Let's see, for example, Miko's mutation was he had a +10 to strength. Amazing, right? Until you realize that every time he tried to do anything that required strength at all, it auto-drained a blood point and auto-activated potence. Opening a door,
I'm cured now. Everything's
kicking,
fine.
punching, anything. So, it was very easy to lose blood points in Frenzy. It was very easy to break the Masquerade. But if you knew how to manipulate that, then obviously it was going to do very good. So you can do it. As you get more and more infected, there will be some telltale signs. Obviously, the black veins in your blood is one of those things. Eventually, if you get too infected, it will affect your appearance score. I think we ended up agreeing that once you're over 70%, you're pretty much Nosbane, 0 appearance, because you can't hide them anymore, so you have to be very careful. So not super duper to that degree. Let's see, what was kept? Hold on. The mutation. Oh, typing in Discord, not. There we go.
We don't talk about Bruno.
No, we don't talk about Bruno. Okay. So for Iron New York, the things that have been agreed upon right now, and James can change this if he wants, because session 0, we get to fix this, is after your 50%, every time you drink blood or whatever your feeding type is. So for example, Kayla's would be eating people. There's a 50% chance that you can't keep it down. So you'd roll a d10, and if you call it high or low, and if you do what you do, you know, if you call high and you roll high, you get to keep the food down. If you call high and you roll low, you throw the food back up. And if you botch it or roll a nat 1 or a nat 10, depending on how you call it, not only do you throw up what you ate, but an additional blood point you throw up. But at that time, we're discussing whether you get a feeding mutation. I don't know if he wants to go that super detailed into it. I think that's something else that I have to grab him by the ear and do. Feeding mutations pretty much means... Yeah. If you're interested, Kayla, because I can see how your brow wiggled. Feeding mutations, for example, like if you're a Malkavian, one of the feeding mutations you can get is you eat off of people's emotions. Since they're very emotional, so you can use aspects. Oh, they're feeling super depressed. I'm going to use passion. I'm going to spend the blood point, but I'm going to eat every drop of depression out of them. And then you would roll your dice as if you're doing the passion, and how many ever dice you roll. Say you roll 1 success, you get a blood point. You roll 2, you get 2 blood points, so on and so forth. You're quite literally eating their emotions away from them instead. And each clan has feeding mutations. I don't know if he wants to go super into that. We're going to talk more about that pretty soon, but we will absolutely know before the 13th when session 1 starts. At 75%, the black veins start showing really bad and start affecting your parent score. And then at 100%, you get what is considered, depending on whether your veins are black or a different color, and there's reasons for different colors, you can either get the deadly mutations, which are, you need to start finding a cure or you're dead within 3 sessions. Or you get what is considered the blessed mutations, which they do bad, but they're mostly good. You're considered a perfect being at that point. You mutated into the ultimate kindred instead of, you know, a thin blood who just can't help it. When you reach 100 and it's bad and you get the bad mutation, you rapidly start losing vampirism, as if you were a ghoul who suddenly was stopped feeding vitae after 700 years. Like, you start rapidly aging to match your character's age, you start dying, so on and so forth. I'm saying this to Kayla specifically, to those watching, because this asshole and that asshole, so Miko and Artemis, are both in my Apocalyptic Blood game. They know how these things work. And they've known for like 6-7 months at this point, so they're good. So they know what happens. You know, reaching 100% is not always deadly, but it could be, depending on what your vein color is. Vein color equals what happens to you. And then, of course, every 10% you get a new mutation. These mutations could be anywhere from good to bad. So you could roll, oh, you know, this did really good for you. Here's a +2 to strength. No drawbacks. Or, oh, this did really bad for you. Take 2 dots from your highest skill and add them to your lowest, and erase them from your highest skill altogether. Don't worry if if you start getting cured, there is a cure in game. There is a cure. We did not do all of this to be a dick and that there's no cure. There is a cure in game. It is hard to find, but there's a cure. You can have it. It works. As a matter of fact, there are multiple cures. There is also an what's it called? A vaccine for it. So if you're at a 0 or lower %, you can take the vaccine. It starts reversing it and prevents you from getting it again. So you're good. Players can discover these. It's just going to be very hard. There is an NPC in the Discord who has the vaccine. If you can befriend them, they can give you the vaccine. Ow. Ugh. I'm getting really tired of this. Every time I get on fucking shit. So that kicks up heavier next season. I didn't do it this season, despite the fact that was an agreement with James, because things started getting really extreme really fast, and I had 3 wonderful players who fed really heavy into the story that they were giving themselves enough problem outside of, hey, heads up, yeah, that whole discipline doesn't work. Because you are infected. And I let you guys do the story that was there. There are going to be points in time in downtime roleplay where I'm not playing my PC. There are going to be still some NPCs that I have to run that do pertain to this story. There are NPCs in the Discord, I'm not saying who they are, that you will have to interact with if you're someone looking into the cure or trying to figure out whether you're infected or not. You're going to have to go to them. As both me and James will not deal with it. That is the whole point of these NPCs. And if you're not in the Discord and you don't know, there are people who have supported Iron New York who get roles of being actual to play canon NPCs. So they're pretty much only in the play-by-post. As that's all that they can do. And they help the storyteller. They are given entire plots and answers, and in order for you to explore it, you're going to have to go to them. It's not us. Not only does that take a lot of pressure off of us from having to do multiple storylines at once, it gives them something that they can do, and they absolutely love it. I think that's it for me doing epilogue, unless you guys have any questions for me. Miko, you're fucked. You're a prince. You don't get... Yeah.
Question about the blood.
Yes.
At one point, it was silver
Mm-hmm.
for us, so we know clearly that it changes color.
It does.
So the color can change.
Yes.
Okay.
You don't know what changes the color, but it does change. But it always starts black. Like, it's described as like black oily tar in your veins. Like you can feel when you try to rouse your vitae for boosting stats or using a power or discipline, you physically can feel how thick it is trying to push through your veins. And it's not a pleasant experience. Depending on how infected you are, eventually it becomes stamina rolls to be able to actually endure the pain to do it. So yeah.
Fun times.
Yes. Yes.
From World
Yes.
of Darkness to World of Chronically Ill. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. I resemble that campaign.
I deal with enough of that in real life.
Exactly, yeah.
No, so yes, you do know that something changes the colors, you just do not know what. And to those 2 assholes in my APOC game, I will know if you use APOC to discover in Iron. Because in Iron, the reason why the colors are different is not the same as APOC. They're 2 different reasons.
Sorry, Coast. too stupid to figure it out. So
Oh my god.
Oh,
Ko is not stupid. Um but no. So any questions that I can do? And that includes the audience. If the audience has any questions directly for me for season 4 or any of the players for season 4, ask. Actually, let me go pull up the thing because I think there was
use
some
the
questions.
Twitch chat. Use the
Um,
Twitch chat. Hey, don't talk shit about my friend Ko. No one talks about Ko like that. Not even Ko.
Exactly.
well shit.
So what you'll need to do is start a fight with Ko.
Uh,
Because then
Oh,
then we could like name the fight like the Cocoa Puffs.
so there are some questions for season 4 players if you guys are ready for that. Anybody particularly want to go first, or we're gonna do nose goes again?
Just hit me.
round
Okay.
table.
Just hit me. Yeah,
Miko.
hit me and then go around.
Miko, the question for you specifically was, how hard was it to go switching from the storyteller in your own chronicle to being a player, and how did you find it? How challenging did you find it to get out of the storyteller mindset when you know how certain things are going and it's been changed?
So I'm going to caveat with a bit of context as I go, but I actually found it really easy, mostly out of desperate relief of forever storyteller, right? So, like, it's like, oh, it was easy changing over to being a player. Is in context of while climbing a mountain, someone offers you a slightly more gentle path. It's still a mountain. It's just an easier path. 2, I would say, as you may have noticed, our delightful season 4 storyteller is a copious note taker, is able to and spends the time and effort to make things really solid, which makes things very easy on players. I am not as good at that, being brutally honest, but everybody has different strengths and weaknesses. And I found that really helped me transition between that because I felt like, and again, you mentioned this earlier about trust. I felt like I could trust and just go push it away like a barge and leave it floating and step aside and just go, hey, whatever happens, happens. I trust them. And that's what made it easy. I think other people in similar situations trying to hand over the reins of their chronicle so they can get to play in it probably don't have an as easy a transition because that trust is really, really key. Like knowing no matter what, the story is going to be treated respectfully, the setting is going to be treated respectfully, but a different style is going to be used on it is a big thing. And it's kind of like something I would sort of draw a similarity to is like if you've got a favorite cartoon show, anime or Western animation or whatever else, and then they have an episode where a guest set of artists come in and the drawing style completely changes, but you still enjoy it. That to me is what it feels like. So it's really solid, but it very much was easy because of the trust, tools, preparation, and knowledge and quality of the table as well. So here we go. I'm trying not to make them cry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Punch in the
I've-
field. Take it.
I've cried
Take it.
enough.
Ah!
So like I get
Yeah,
the
I'm telling
urge, but there's nothing there.
Bank empty.
My tank is in fact empty. Um 1 second, Crimson, I'll get to that. I'm gonna do Artemis's real quick and then I'm gonna do yours. Artemis, somebody asked. I'm going to try and reword this because it's very confusing reading. But to sum up, it's how did you go from what is very clearly nervous at the start and the storyteller having to lead you to take him front stage, pretty much? What changed to make you do that?
That's a A really interesting one.
Like, that's a summary. Like, it's a long question. It's
So
hey. It starts with, "Hey, I recognize that originally the Artemis character seemed very nervous, quiet, reserved, and often bent in terms of not wanting to do anything, and seemed very heavily storyteller led to get where they are. But eventually you see them open up to them absolutely taking charge and pretty much leading the entire coterie. What gave them the confidence to do that, as I'm struggling doing something similar at my table?"
okay. So I guess some background on that. This is my first actual play streamed experience. I've had a seat at other tables before that weren't streamed. And a lot of it does come down to I'm joining an established story um as a brand new character and a brand new player to the system, as well as brand new to being streamed. So a lot of that was me, less so than my character. Confidence wise, I don't know. I think at just some point it just clicked and was like, okay, this is my character. This is how they've been feeling. This is how we're gonna roll. And then I black out and the spirit of Artemis just takes over for the session. And so I think if I was to have to give advice on that, I would say sit with your character for a little bit between games. Like create a playlist, create your mood boards, talk about them to other people, both at your table and outside of your table, like your friends and family, whoever's willing to listen to you ramble for a few hours in the car because they have no choice. Um, and just sort of really get to know them and trust that they're going to make choices. And sometimes those choices aren't going to be great choices, but they're going to be fun.
I love that. Seraph, somebody actually in chat. I'm gonna go away from that to chat because Kitsu asked, "Hey Seraph, how was the transition from V5 to V20?"
A learn by repetition person. So as we continued, it was easier for me to get into the world of V20. Um, but I think the difference is V20 is a lot more lore heavy, whereas V5, there is the lore, but it doesn't really matter. It's more mechanically forwarded. Like you do what you want with this, but it's just a little different, I feel. However, it's also you can do so much. There's so much more you can do, and it makes a lot more sense to the clans and to what just the history behind things. They messed with a lot of things, and I don't like some of the things that I see between V20 to V5. The amalgams are weird. I wanted to be as a Mitzi, and I thought the vicissitude thing, like me knowing what V20 and what you can do in V20 with vicissitude now, whereas yeah, otherwise, I encourage anybody who's nervous about playing another system to play the system. And if you're looking for a server that offers that space to learn, uh, you are here. So, and I appreciate the fact that everybody here gave me that space. Uh, I could think of no better way to start my entry into the world of darkness than with all of you here. So, thank you.
I want to end up needing tissue. No. Yeah. Boom, boom. Okay. I guess this means it's my turn. I have to answer one now, don't I? So somebody asked specifically for the storyteller. So the fallout from the van incident, were those directions the players wanted to go initially pre-van, and it made a good excuse, or are these curveballs of consequences? I'm going to assume I know what you mean here. That's really weird and my mind's just not computing it. So I am a storyteller that has plans for my plans for my plans. And then there's plans for all those plans. So for that entire the van scene, since there were two different van scenes, there was a van scene with the parents, and then there was the van scene going from New York to Montreal into Canada. So the one with the parents, I did not expect them to get into the van with the parents. The original arc for that was they were supposed to see the green flames and realize it was Giovanni Manor and realize there was no frenzy check to know that the flames weren't real or that they weren't the fire that causes, and they were supposed to go and see it. It was spiritual flames. It was spirits causing it. Spirits that had inhabited it and possessed the fire, and it was directing where to go. When they jumped into the van, that is why you see me very quickly do this number here on stream, like, oh shit, hold on, they went with an NPC, let me figure out what the fuck we're gonna do real quick. I read like one of 4 freaking options, one of which was when they asked, hey, is there a place I could go? And I'm like, actually there is. I could lead you to the next point where you guys need to see that one of the Inquisitors had gotten a hold of the blood left over from the Salubre after she had offed herself and use it to embrace themselves. So if you've been here since season 1, there was an NPC ghoul that figured out how to do self-embrace pretty much using dialysis, completely draining the blood from their body, quickly hooking it up to a new machine that only had kindred blood. Now, it created an extreme abomination, but it does work. It's a self-embrace. So technically they have no sire, no masquerade rules are broken, so on and so forth. And it was supposed to hint at the fact that the character Olivia was still in contact with the hunters and her family because she never let them go. Because the Inquisitor did the very thing that the Iron Clan at that point was the only person in the world knew that it could happen. The storyteller at the time, James, he knew that this was a thing. He knew that Olivia was still in contact with her family who had become Inquisitors, who had joined the Second Inquisition. And it was supposed to, at the end of the season, you hear her go, it's y'all's fault that she's dead. They were still very close, despite the fact that one sided with Kindred and one sided against Kindred. They were still family, and they had found a way to make it work. The Second Inquisition agreed to never come to New York, where the sister was, as long as nothing happened. So when the sister died by the Sabbat hands, she blamed all the kindred of New York City as to why her sister died. So she was coming to make a point of, we're still here. We know that you guys are here. You might have a mage to protect your city, but we have mages and Inquisitors inside who still get us this information. We know where your major places are. We know where Elysium is. We know where the Archons and the Primogen and the Thanes and, you know, your big clans and everything live. Like, if we wanted to, we could wipe New York City out as quick as we wiped London out. No problem. But all she wanted was to be able to see her sister's grave. And that is why Elysium was the one that was hit the most, because Olivia is buried in the garden under Elysium, and they were trying to get to it because she wanted to be able to get to her baby sister. And the reason why they look the same is, for those who don't know, Olivia was a transgender, male to female, and when she switched to fully get transitioned by the Zemi, she pretty much turned into her sister's twin. She loved her sister. She idolized her big sister. So when she transitioned, she became her twin. And that is why, to certain people, Elizabeth, the Inquisitor, looked like Olivia had came back from dead. They were, at that point, essentially twins. So the story was leading up to showing the consequences, because a lot of people, especially in the red carpet and the Discord, is like, hey, you know, this was mentioned, but we never see anything more of it, and it's because James goes where the players go. So if the players do not explore any more into this, you won't know it. So it was, season 4 was more focused around, hey, these were things that the players never went into because they were focused on something else. but they're not gone. Those consequences, those actions that happened, like all of them are still there. And eventually they boil up. They're going to come over. You're not going to be able to stop them anymore. And it's to, hey, remember when you fuck up, just because nothing happens right then and there does not mean that there's not a consequence coming to kick your fucking teeth in. They will come kick your teeth in. And they're going to do it when you don't expect it. And that is why season 4 seemed absolutely intense. You have all the masquerade breaches that were never covered up. You have the murders that were never covered up. You have the people that were breaking rules and never dealt with. All of it kicked up in one go. And the people who were at fault got their shit handed to them. The players at the time, other than Miko, who seemed like he was, hit the most, is Miko ran gangs throughout the entire city. He was laundering money and murdering people and so much more. And that is why it seemed like Miko was hit the hardest, is because all those consequences that Miko had done all of season 2 and all of season 3 finally came in and took his fucking fangs out by the roots. So it was a combination of both of these were the consequences coming up, and players did something that I hadn't planned for, but I was able to quickly reroute it to go back to the story, but it was now their twist. And that's the way I do it. Like, when I storytell, I have a certain story that I am 100% going to tell. It's just, how are we going to go about this with the players? Like with the scene where, hey, I really need you guys to go look at the fucking weird ass fire, but you guys went with the parents, but it still looped back to where you guys found the Salubre Inquisitor. So regardless, I got you where I needed you to go to progress the story. You just decided, hey, I'm going to take the back street where traffic isn't jammed versus going down the May Highway where somebody just had a car crash. So it's a mix of both. I hope that makes sense and I didn't really over-explain that. I have a habit of doing that. Back to James. Yeah, somebody has a question. James, how long had you been planning to take your hand off the wheel and let Val take over? Oh, shit, what? Between season 1 and 2?
Yeah, I think that's when we first talked about it. It wasn't ever really as well, like, planned as, like, maybe the wrong term. Like, it was an option I wanted to offer, right? One, because it freshens me up, right? Because constantly being a storyteller and never getting a chance to play is a problem. It burns you out really bad. But then the flip side is I didn't want to force somebody into a position where they felt they had to be part of the experience. Like, this needed to be a, you don't have to, and if you want to, you can go and enjoy that, etc. And I'm really glad I did, because holy shit, putting it bluntly, hell of a story, hell of a season. But yeah, no, length of time, a while, but I think what mattered more was the upfront and open conversation and leaning back to that whole trust and freedom angle, because obviously I'm writing the world, I'm writing the book, I don't want someone else. The whole point of this is that when I'm done writing it and we do the Kickstarter and get the art and everything else, and it's a book finished in someone's hands, they are able to tell their own story, whatever that story is, without me feeling butthurt about it. Because I've seen people write modules or settings, and then people use them and are like on Blue Sky or wherever going, oh my god, I did this and this character got punched in the nuts. And people get butthurt about it. It's like, no, I want to sit there going, oh my god, you did what in Elysium? With Third of Rods and a coconut? Why? Why would you do this? And enjoy that experience. So we discussed about guidelines and things, and like where we want it, how much freedom and as you've seen through season 4, huge fucking changes. And all of them are exactly that. They're changes. They're not breaks, they're not problems, they're a living world. Um, and that is the difference. It wasn't so much, hey, take over a storyteller. It's, hey, show what happens next. That's the way I kind of view it. It's not so much a stark line as so much as a, hey, sometimes shit happens in the world and everybody has to deal with it. And that kind of handoff. So yeah, a while, but again, engaged conversation.
Actually, a year ago, almost to the day,
Yeah.
I offered it, and you said yes, and then we spent all season 3 planning it. And planning is a bad term to use because it was like, hey, this is more or less my plan. Get ready. Do you want to know the details or do you want to be surprised? Because it is your world and your chronicle. And he's like, I don't want to know shit. Thus he knew
I want an
shit.
authentic player experience. God damn it.
No, and I'm glad. So about a year, and it really wasn't a plan.
Yeah.
It was, hey, if you ever need a break, I'll take over. And you're like, yeah. So how about every 4th season? And I'm like, all right, cool. And then that was it. That was the entire conversation, and it happened in general chat, in the Discord, in public. That was the entire conversation. It lasted 6 posts, and we were done. That was the entire conversation.
And one day it might be Ko's turn. Or Surf's turn. Who knows?
Perfect. Artemis, you have another question, dear.
Why is orange jam called marmalade? I mean, nobody knows.
No, I'm really trying to figure out what this is trying to ask. There's a lot of spelling errors. I think it's summing up to what made you turn a blind eye to Kayla, and then how do you feel about being punished about it too, I think is the summary. Like I said, there's a lot of spelling errors. I'm really sorry. And
The
that's
whole
not
murder thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
like-
okay, okay.
So what made you turn a blind eye
Ooh.
to Kayla clearly murdering somebody, and then how did you feel about getting the consequences as well?
So that's a player
Would it
and
be
a
like
character
spoilers?
question.
Is this spoilers?
Ooh, I will avoid spoilers.
If you haven't watched the previous episode, you should go and catch that on YouTube.
Well, if you're here, I'm going to assume that you've watched it.
Exactly. So I think we're fine on spoilers. I think you're okay.
I meant for next season.
I mean, yeah, if it leads into a spoiler
So-
for next season, but you know, like hey,
I think you can
so
answer.
can you ask Artemis
Like-
if so that why she did not, supposed to be they, why they did not do anything when Kayla murdered Mom in Van, and how you feel when when they got punished and
Got
were
punished
blamed
for
for it.
Okay. So why did Artemis decide that is a little bit different than why Ko decided that. For Artemis, there's this sort of flirting with morbid curiosity that is going to occur quite a bit. And it's mostly the way that they were also raised by their sire, is that their sire really held this belief of I am your mother, you do as I say. Period. And so Artemis taking Kayla on as this is my mother, it's that's my mother, I do what they say. My mother is eating someone, obviously they have a reason. It's not mine to question. And that's something that will be more explored, is how they deal with the hierarchies in their own mind. How did they feel about punishment? Not great. Which is why they stayed quiet. Like they could have started trying to argue their case or anything else, but they just stayed quiet because again, hierarchies. And I think I'm not going to spoil there on how their relationship is now and how they're going to react. That's a developing situation. Did I answer the question?
I think so. I think that nailed it. Seraph, this kind of seems like a double question for both me and you, but I'm gonna let you answer it. But it's, how did Kayla feel when it was very clear that she was almost dead or that she could have died that session? And was the player okay with said decisions? Was it already predetermined whether they were going to die or not? Or was this something that they simply didn't know about?
Here's what I will say, because I think that in every game, and this is not like a cop out with this answer, but I think that in every game there's conversation about where we're going, just out of safety reasons, to make sure that we're all okay. Going back to consent, going back to uh, not making people feel uncomfortable, because this is the world of darkness. I mean, these stories are gonna be dark. They're gonna be dark, and you kind of sometimes just have to buckle up and run with it. And that's what we did. Um, was there a possibility for me to die? I think the way that we were playing, yes. Um, I think that Vampire is a game where you can plan to not die, but as we've realized, based off of the decisions of these characters, that can alter that path very, very quickly. We could have, if we rolled really, really bad a couple more times, that could have been a bad situation when we were coming out of the car on the street in public. So it doesn't matter if the conversations happen or not, but we did have a conversation to make sure that we were all okay with where we were going, but not like what's going to really, who's going to do it, who's the enemy, none of that. It was just, what are we going to do? Let's just figure it out. There's an opportunity. Kayla's hungry. I think this is the first time that she's, you know, felt that, heard that beast. And when you play, you take a chance. Player characters, anything can happen. Anything can happen.
So yes, actually, before anything major happens to the players, I do go to them and I do ask them like, "Hey, do you want to know a possibility that could happen this episode?" And if they go, "Yeah," I will tell them, and then we discuss it. There have been times where I have said, "Hey, this is the plan," and I have had a player tell me, "Hey, I don't like that," and I'm like, "Okay, well, what would you like?" And then we do sit there and we do talk. Or they'll go, "Hey, I really like this, but let's add more to it. Let me give you more ammo. So how about this?" And I'm like, "Are you sure?" And they're like, "Yeah," and then I'll do it. Before every session, I would warn people, "Hey, these are the triggers for this session. Are these okay with you guys? Do you guys want me to change this? Do you want me to go into more detail about this? Like, do you, like, for instance, there was one like, hey, in this session there could be harm to a child. Almost everybody's sheets were either red or yellow about it. And everybody was like, "Okay, we'll explain." I'm like, "Well, this NPC is coming in and they are a child. Depending on what you guys do, they could get hurt because they're not being defended, or a bad roll on their case, or a really good roll in the enemy's case." And they're like, "Oh no, okay, so that makes sense. They're actively fighting. You can't really go, 'Hey, no, don't hurt them.' They're putting themselves in this position. Yeah, we're okay with that. Let's not get into super detail." So in the season finale, that is why I was like, okay, the little Oni girl is doing this, but I never got super into detail about it, because while the Oni girl looked like she was maybe 13, 14 years old, in reality, this girl is only 7 months old. She is born from two kindred. She is aging really, really rapidly because she is feeding off of a garden of Lilith. She is not. It's really hot, so I'm turning on my fan. Heads up, if you can hear it, let me know and I'll fix that. But no. So, she could get hurt, and I had a few people that was like, hey, I really don't want super details about, you know, how she could get hurt. That is why in the end I said, you guys don't see her come back out. We could all assume what happened to the little girl. We know what happened, but because the players are like, hey, I don't want details and I don't want it very bluntly said because I'm not comfortable with that, it was kind of skipped over. It's understood to the audience that this is in fact what happened, but player comfort. I say all of that because the very next question for the storyteller is, hey, Val, you often repeat the same excuse or the same sentence of, I'm not trying to kill my players. What makes you not want to play them? Wouldn't a character death be a whole lot better than any of this? I never aim to kill a player character. Why? Because there are so many more worse things I can do than kill your character. Killing your character, it's done, it's over. You have closure. You know what happens to them. I am somebody who heavy likes dark, fucked up, and semi-psychological torture to people and to stories. I rather not kill your character if that's not what you want. Now, if you come to me and go, hey, for example, Nathan's character, if you've watched the APOC game, spoiler if you haven't, but it's been up a month. I'm going to assume that you've watched it at some point if you follow in that story. His character died, and he sat with me. We, for a month and a half, decided how Nathan was going to die, the events that were going to happen. He came to me, he goes, hey, you know, I have nothing for Nathan anymore. He's done so much bad that I think at this point, I just want closure with him. I want to be able to have an end to his character that I have some say in so that I feel I can move on. And we sat there for a month and a half, deciding how his character was going to die, how he was going to go out, what's going to happen next after his character is dead. And then we went through with it. I've had people, like Miko here, who was like, hey, I don't want Miko to die, but I want something that breaks him enough that he understands that you just can't keep making all these promises over and over and over and thinking you're invincible and taking care of them, because at one point in time I was good enough to do it, and now this is a whole new world, it's modern setting, that I want it to be able to break. I don't want him to die, but I absolutely want something to happen so bad that it breaks him. And I rather sit with the player. If you're not ready for your character to die, and you can endure all the punishments that come with everything you do to build back up, I rather do that. I am somebody, and that's why I love Iron New York. The whole setting is you come in, you get beaten into the ground, and then your second chance kicks in, and you build up from the ashes to build up to be this new, you know, forged sword, forged piece of iron. But in order to be something better, the part of you that was brittle and broken has to be melted back down. You have to be completely reforged. And that is what I absolutely love about the iron setting, because for me, as a writer who has published books, as somebody who's been role-playing 20 plus years, as somebody who has helped doing editing for books, who have published supplements for Pathfinder and Shadowrun and all those other games, for somebody who has done that, I love going through story arcs where a character who believes nothing more bad can happen comes in, kicks their teeth in, puts them 6 feet under, and then somehow, some way, they're able to crawl back up. This is a great example with my own PC from seasons 1 through 3 of, she thought being a Sabbat ghoul to her Tremere grandmother was the worst that could happen to her. She thought that abuse and that neglect and the constant ghoul back and forth embrace, that the psychological torture from her Malkavian sire was the worst that could happen. That, you know, nothing can break me. I am fine. And then it's, oh, but no. In reality, you're Lilith reincarnated, and if you fail this time, everybody's wiped out and it's your fault because you're a failure. And you're like, what? Huh? So she goes from, okay, I'm invincible, I've had everything happen to me, to, oh, well, no pressure, but the entire world is on my shoulders, it seems. And then slowly everything around her broke apart. Family no longer want to be around her. Her lover, who I spent the entire season 1 getting on her, has abandoned her. She's trying to chase some type of form of connection, and eventually she's all alone again. And it was at that bottom, at her absolute worst, that the Claire that everybody sees now, I am the Iron Queen, I am going to fucking put this world back together, whether I gotta drag you by your fucking fangs, kicking and screaming the entire way, or I just stake you because I'm done. Like, she never believed in killing or ghouling or embracing or anything, and then now she's like, gotta do what you gotta do, whether you don't want to do it or not, because now it is no longer just about me. You know, she broke down to absolutely nothing, and she is going through that redemption arc. She's still going through it of, I am better than who I once was. And the turn of that was season 3, when there's a solo session where she finally comes to terms with, okay, maybe I am really Lilith reincarnated. The storyteller is really good because it is almost 2 years later, and I still can't tell if she's just a Malkavian that is severely deranged and believes she is Lilith, or if she actually is Lilith reincarnated. I have no idea. Nobody else can tell either. We don't know anymore, so fuck it, we ball. A Malkavian's gonna Malkavian, I suppose. But she believes it, so. Where she finds out Apollo is under the city, and that was Ishtar's son. And if you don't know Ishtar, Ishtar is another name for Lilith, so on and so forth. And she realizes through the role play that, you know, Lilith fucked up in raising him and sent him to Cain to take over at everything, and she had to finally admit the one thing that was most important to her, that I am a good mom, I am a good leader, wasn't the case. I am a storyteller, a role player, a writer, and everything of, I think the story is a lot better breaking them and making them build back up, as opposed to just killing them and moving on. There is a whole lot more story potential of breaking and coming back from that, whether it's good or bad. Because sometimes breaking, you're going to end up going down the villainous path. You're not always the hero. And in everybody's story, you're going to be seen as something different. To me, that is a more compelling story than die. So when I say I'm not trying to kill my players, I'm genuinely not trying to kill my players. And sometimes the dice will be like, nah, bro, they gotta die. And then you see me as a storyteller, going, fuck you. Fuck you and your 12th botch in a row, Miko. And I will do it myself. But like, hey, no, I don't think you should die at this point in time. So remember that one point in time where you helped the Lilin come to safety? Well, congratulations. Lilith loves the fact you saved her kids, therefore you get one more chance. And to me, that's why I repeat that saying a lot, because it might seem at the moment like the things that I am doing are targeting to kill a character. In reality, it's not, and I trust my players wholeheartedly that if I'm doing something, I can see the sparkle in the eyes. Like, when Seraph does that little smile and that brow raise, is like, okay, bitch, I got you. I figured you out. I know what I'm doing. Or I see Artemis go. Or I just see Miko sit back with his arms crossed. Like, I know right then and there. Okay, they've picked up what I'm putting down. I can go ham. They got it. They knew what I was saying. I did it. Then I go from there. So like that is why I say that. And no, I genuinely don't try to kill them. Unless the player themselves comes to me and go like, hey, either A, I'm not having fun with this character and I don't want them anymore. Like with Casimir, who was like, hey, I need a break from the table. I don't want to kill Casimir. I do want to come back eventually as Casimir. I don't want to play the table right now. There's a lot going on in my life, and that's why Casimir kind of flew off to Jersey with the other gargoyle that are there when he failed the fear check. Like, not everybody is prepared to lose their character. And I know, for one, I get super attached to my characters to the point that if something happens, I will fucking cry like a little bitch, and I don't care who sees it. And I have this weird and very unhealthy expectation that everybody feels the exact same way. That is both a good and bad thing, because not everybody feels that way. So that is why I say it. God, I explain and talk way too much. Anywho,
Can I add a little pepper on top of that?
go for it. Y'all are more than welcome to
Right.
chime in.
Okay. So something I think people need to be cognizant of is there's also, as a storyteller, you need to feel safe and comfortable too. Okay? This is important lesson for anyone who wants to be a storyteller at any point. And if your comfort tools involve saying, hey, just before we do any of this, I am not trying to kill you, but if you decide to run into a burning building, that's on you, right? That allows the storyteller to feel safe in and of themselves. It is a very common problem, especially based on recent effects associated with certain names that I won't go into, etc., with celebrity storytellers or DMs or whatever else. One of the problems is people overlook the journey people have taken to get there and what you might need as an individual storyteller. If you need to say, hey, I'm not trying to kill you, but if you throw yourself off a 300-foot cliff without a parachute, that's on you, then they need to do that. If they don't feel the need to do that, then they don't feel the need to do that. Every storyteller needs to be really conscious that while you're equipping your players with safety tools and a safe environment, you need to do that for yourself. Because if you don't, you'll crash and fucking burn. Always look after yourself.
So there's more questions on the doc. So if you don't know, there was a document we put up in the Discord, let people ask questions. But I don't want to completely focus on that. So if there's anybody in chat that has a question, feel free to ask. And it's asking the players, the storytellers, the writer, the whatever. It doesn't have to necessarily be just this doc. And if there is none, then I will absolutely continue with it. Because the next one is, the next three are quite some heavy loaded questions. Widespread 1. Favorite scene from season 4 for everybody.
Oh.
Can I just say, so before we do this, so I do V5.
Mm-hmm.
I have my own game called Albany by Night.
By the way, that's in
it's not-
Discord, so if you want to join and play, you should absolutely go do it, because W Storyteller.
Thank you so much. One of the things that I do in my games every end of the session is so I love doing this. Favorite scenes, I give out points in my game for that, based off of what people pick.
We're stealing that for season 5 and forward, by the way, so that's how we're getting experience now.
Yoink!
Listen, it's so fun. It also keeps you in the world, and it desensitizes some of the stuff that it feels so heavy, because you can look at it from an outside perspective as a group and kind of pull away in that comfort. So I love it. I just wanted to say that.
No, you're good. So, I'm just gonna go across the board again and then ask you guys. So, Miko, your favorite scene of entire season 4? Loaded question. Zavi, by the way, is the one who asked the loaded questions. We should have known this.
I'm shocked. Oh no, the surprise. I did not imagine it could be Zabi. I'm going to be honest, there's a lot of really good moments. A lot of big moments and a lot of small moments. It's genuinely really hard to think of specific ones being better than the other because of how they all really nicely weave together. I think the one that sits with me the most in a positive way because it just felt like something that would appear in the trailer if this were a movie or a TV show, right? And this is important and huge to me. I think it's really deep and a powerful symbol for what this show can sometimes be, which is the death of the slushy.
This guy.
Like, you know, like genuinely, the sort of Artemis walking round a corner and just like, doof, and the world just goes to shit. It's like my little comfort toy. I wouldn't say it's the best scene overall, if that makes sense, but it's like when you have that one thing the pen you reach to click. Do you know what I mean? That sort of little comfort moment, kind of thing. I found it pleasant and I like remembering it, and it's an enjoyable thing to revisit in my head.
Okay, Artemis, your favorite.
I don't have just one.
Oh boy. All right. Give us one of them.
I know the common theme here is that I love those deep emotional microscopic moments. I think for me it's going to be a scene that I felt most engaged with is so as the church is going down, there was a moment of hyper focus in my mind of Artemis. It's kind of like a culmination of different things that had happened between them and their coterie at that point, and yelling out, "You promised," and then yelling out, "I also promised," because they had just made the promise that Miko was going to get out of there. And for me, it was such a small little moment, but it sat with me for quite a while. It's still one of my favorite like emotional scenes that it's just there. It's so small.
I love it. Seraph, your favorite.
Um, I have two in mind, and I can't
All right.
pick one or
Hit
the
us
other.
with them.
So the first one is going to be when we were talking to Clarabelle the first time, prior to things getting worse. And the second time, honestly, it would be the scene where we were just chaotically trying to avert the world. It was just so dramatic and I loved it. It was so juicy. It was great. I loved it. So messy.
Oh shit, as a storyteller, my favorite scene. So, I'm gonna say it. My favorite scene was honestly when the coterie finally went to Montreal, when they finally got to the cathedral, to the dom. And it wasn't because one, it got to my favorite part of the entire season that I've written. It was up until that point, it felt like I was having a hard time trying to get the coterie to interact. Like they all kind of wanted to do their own thing, and I get it. I do. I mean that's something that just happens naturally at the table anyways. Everybody has like their own things that they want to do or they feel that they're best in, and they kind of lean towards it. And as a storyteller, it is about 70% your responsibility to push all of that together and get it to work, and 30% on the players of, hey, you've got to be cooperative. But that's my favorite part, because instead of where it was me leading them, there was, and I honestly spent the last 3 days listening to the entire season all over again to take notes, and so I can get those prepped for James, and figuring out what I had done wrong as a storyteller, or things that I could clearly tell that the players liked, so that I could use those, because I'm opening up my own play-by-post again, and I want to be able to feed off of that, because I have notes after every session. Somebody is like, hey, I liked this, or hey, I didn't like this, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna mark this down because this could be something that could help me better with that. World of Darkness is a new setting to me, and I am doing things completely different storyteller wise than I would Shadowrun or D&D or Pathfinder or anything. So I'm trying to find where I feel comfortable as a storyteller for World of Darkness doing it. But it was at that moment I realized there was almost an hour and a half of where I did nothing as a storyteller. I sat there and watched my players roleplay, plan things out, both in-game and above game. They were talking, they were checking each other's comfort levels. Oh great, now here comes the tears. Son of a bitch. That was my favorite moment, not because of the story, but because I no longer had to do anything. I felt I accomplished enough as a storyteller that at that moment my players no longer needed me. And I realized the last 2 sessions of the season, I really didn't have to do anything. It was, hey, storyteller, what is? Oh, this is what is. And then I was quiet again because I no longer had to lead the story. I no longer had to do anything. My favorite point of the entire season was the very scene where the players, without words, went, fuck y'all, I got this. Anywho, so this is what we're gonna do, and they completely took over. At that moment, everything that I have done built up to them finally clicking and becoming this perfect coterie where they stomped the story. And many people don't know, but there was a talk around session 4 or 5 where season 4 might have had to have been expanded to 15 sessions to finish the story. And it was originally supposed to be only 10 sessions long. And they started getting together to the point where I was struggling to keep the sessions going for 2 hours to sessions started reaching 5 and 6 hours. Our poor editor, bless his heart, love you, Chaos, end up having to sit there going, oh, this is like 2.5 hours, 3 hours, I can do this, to, I'm really sorry, but this is a 6-hour session. He's like, that's fine. This is a lot of editing. On top of that, the poor man has been trying to figure out why the fuck he's got to use audio from recordings and then the video from Twitch to line them up, because apparently OBS wants to be a fucking crackhead. But that was my favorite scene. The scene where everybody's comfort hit the perfect level where they synced up, and it was no longer, well, this person feels more comfortable and this one isn't, or this one's nervous and then this one's got nothing and then this one's overconfident. It was the moment where everybody was at the exact same comfort level and then just steamrolled ahead, and then I didn't have to do anything. There was like 4 or 5 arcs that they cleared in like 2 fucking episodes because they were so in sync with each other. And I loved it. Like, to me, as a storyteller, that was my favorite scene. When I knew that I did everything right up to that moment, where pretty much these fuckers could have told the story and I was just sitting there a pretty little face at that point. And I loved it. That was my favorite. That was my favorite scene. And
So
the scene that gave me confidence to continue still storytelling.
So I would say that happenstance is a really rare thing. Like people expect that's how everything should always be. It's sadly not. Sometimes it is, and it's great when it happens, and it's fantastic. It's great fun, but it's also a sign that's manufactured by someone. That doesn't happen without effort. People put effort into making that happen. It's usually a storyteller, and that's one of the reasons why I feel very validated that my trust was well placed because of how that worked out. Because that is just like it's not just the icing on the cake, it's the fact that that cake is clearly a cake. It shows that that cake is edible, delicious, and in my case, sugar free. Damn it. But no, it was really good to see. And also, I would like to add, you did, however, give me, I wouldn't say it's my favorite moment. I would say it was the most impactful. And if people think I seem angry, I'm not. When I get very emotional, I go very blank. My defense mechanism is to neutral out, right? Because that's how I have to survive. The Katia moment.
For context, he chose. I asked him, I said, I could either give you context or not, but you have to pick between Dawn and Katia. And he goes, I want no context, Katia. And I'm like, you picked it.
Yeah. But that whole moment was like, because there's been a lot of history for the character that people haven't seen outside of the AP anyway, that's been up and down and a bit problematic as well in different places. So for that to sort of happen was like a whole ass thing, like for me personally. So it was very, very impactful. Favorite is hard to sort of say, but punched me incredibly hard, very precisely in the gap between certain ribs, so it can cause as much damage to the left atrium as humanly possible. Yeah, 100%, yeah. Like slow motion sniper shot from a video game where the ribs shatter and like the heart just spills out the back.
I pulled a finish him. I pulled a fatality on that fucker.
Yes, very Mortal Kombat. Very Mortal Kombat.
But no, okay. So another question is, James, I know the answer to this question because you don't have one, but what is your process when it comes to making the setting?
Process? I think it's called coffee. To be fair, no. So making the setting. And the players may hate me shortly. So to be fair, originally where all this kind of came from was actually a game where I was a player for the first season of games. Not an actual play, just a nice little online Discord with some really lovely people. Shout out to KG, Spicy Curry Bread, etc. The classic OGs. And then the second season I then took over and ran, as it were. And then I was inspired to turn it into a book, but really it was based out of the actions that we took in the game, and then trying to think about how it moved on and on and on and on. So it's very much the and then process, or why process. So and then what, and then what, and then what, or why did that happen? And just rinsing and repeating that and figuring out, well, what's the limits of what is possible to do with this, and round it out. And then, going to be brutally honest, setting fire to huge portions of it. Because the only process element I would say that I actually have is throwing shit out. And that's also been helped by our current storyteller for season 4, who is a fantastic contributor to the book as well. But genuinely learning to throw stuff out that doesn't work, or be willing to let it go even though it's your baby, is really important. Because at one point, I was getting lost down a rabbit hole about why the Green Bronx is this cool, awesome, super, oh my god, and the horror, and this, and that, and and it was going to turn into 52 pages of nice word vomit, but word vomit that didn't necessarily help deliver what the outcome is, which is it's supposed to be a setting book that lets people pick it up and go, hey, I want to run Iron New York, and I want to know what is the Bronx like. It should be a page, not 20. And I had to get out of the word vomit novelist brain and into what do people need, etc. And it was more about chopping things away and accepting I should throw stuff in the bin when it doesn't work. Yeah. Or that while I may have enjoyed something, I should be really aware that that would create a terrible power dynamic. Thank you very much again, Season 4 Storyteller, for helping me with that one about the way the Iron Clan is structured mechanically. Terrible power dynamics, or might have created pick me players, that kind of vibe, or main character syndrome players. So I think the only real process I actually have, other than rampant special hyper focus, caffeinated Power of Doom, and thenning, is just learning to throw stuff away and accept it's gone. Keep it off to one side, but just accept you can let stuff go. You can use it for something else, or just enjoy the fact you created it and then park it somewhere else.
Okay. So, I'm gonna step in right here if you don't mind. Without doxing myself. Now, before this game, me and the players were just talking about this. My college degree is actually in literature, in writing. I have published books. I work with a publisher. I can almost guarantee that at some point you have seen my book on like a Walmart shelf or on Amazon, and you have no idea that it's me. Because it's my government name. I think in this chat, only 2 people here actually know my government name, and 3, because Artemis knows it. But this is
Cheesy Hamster.
Cheesy Hamster is exactly my name.
Cheesy Hamster.
And even less know my pen name for my books. One of the things that I specialize in, and to this day, I help my publisher with, is building entire settings from the ground up. That is my thing. And when James came to me, because James ended up figuring out that that's what I did because we were talking about it one day. And it pretty much summed up to, hey, if you're as good as you say, here's this book, try to find a flaw in it, because he had a big head. And
Hey,
he had a big head.
I do have a big head. That's an entirely different problem.
And he was like, so would you do it? And I think within the first 30 minutes of me pointing things out, he was like, okay, stop, because like this went really south really fast. And one of the things like was the Bronx, where originally he had 17 pages explaining the Green Bronx and who the Green Man was and everything. And I'm like, I want all of this summed into 1 page. He goes, but 1 page, how would they know? I was like, that's not the point. They don't need to know every detail or the history. You need to know, hey, for some reason, there is a fucking garden on every rooftop in this area. There is some vigilante who is not necessarily following the rules, but is following the rules, kind of like the little Batman thing. You need to know that this is how it started, that's it. Well, then how would they know everything else? You're not writing the chronicle for them. You're not giving them a chronicle that they have to go piece by piece by piece by piece. All of this extra bullshit you're adding, add that to your table. That's all you gotta do. And so what I told him to do is sit down. When you go to describe something, you need 5 things. 5 things per thing. Let's use the Iron Clan, for example, because if you've been here through season 1, you know there's been quite a few things that change. 5 things. Why were they created? How are they surviving? What is their biggest flaw collectively? How can they overcome that flaw? Because you always need a way to overcome it. It's not whether they will overcome it, it's how can they overcome it? And what's the one thing that they contribute to the setting that the setting needs? If you can't answer those 5 things, you don't need it. It is not needed. If you can't answer those, get rid of it. If they don't have a flaw, get rid of it. You're making something that just has no value. It's, I want it there for the sake of being there. If they don't contribute to the story, get rid of them. You don't need it. If they're only there to cause absolute problems, why? There's no reason for them, get rid of it. You can't have things for the sake of having things, because if you don't have a reason for it being there, then there's no way for your players or the reader, if it's a book, to do anything. Like, you don't want this villain who's, oh, well, they've been around 6,000 years and they're unkillable and they come back every 2,000 years to wipe everything and this is the 2000th year. So what you're saying is there's nothing we can do. No matter what we do, it's useless. Why are we telling a story? Why? Like, and those are the 5 things. For example, I'm doing Rustic Cologne right now. James here is my witness. There's an entire Discord that outlines everything. Shit, what is it? Setting outline. What is new? Like, what are you not going to find in other books? You're going to find the new disciplines, the new fetishes and talents, the new tomes and paths, the plague, what a true ghoul is, and what a true kindred is. I have to get rid of one of those because I did 6 instead of 5. But that's okay. That's, you know, for next week me to figure out which one gets deleted. Probably the plague. We're probably going to get rid of that, and I'm just going to make that my own table thing. But those are the 5 new things. And then you want to do the map out. For example, in this, there's only going to be 3 chapters in the book. And each chapter is, I believe, 4 months. 4, 8, 12. That's it. And each page will be a new month. In month 1, this is the coterie meeting up. And it's a ghoul, a Feyre, and a human. Or a gay. Yes, a gay. A ghoul, a Feyre, and a kindred. Month 2 is, this is how they've been doing.
Again.
Hey, look. Yesterday, Hamish, Imeldo, absolute fucking witness here. I'm sitting here, me and my 5-year-old child are talking about playing Vampire the Masquerade, and she goes, no, you're a vampire. I was like, what kind of vampire? She looks at me dead in my eyes and goes, a queer. And I'm like, yes, but that's not what I meant. I meant what clan.
I mean, there's so many possible answers to that one, but the true answer is Ventrue.
I am not a Ventrue! But so on and so forth. So, biggest thing, if you're writing a setting, and this is going to seem weird, think of the end and then go backwards. You know how you want the story to end. That's where you start. And then you write backwards from it. And I know a lot of people have been taught, you know, you want to start, like, this is how it begins, and then this is how it goes, and then this is how it ends. No. No. When I was in school, we were taught, do the end first. That way you know where you want the story to go. Because if you do the end, you can always know how to alter the beginning and the middle to get it exactly where you want to go. If you don't have an end goal in mind, I know words, an end goal in mind, then you don't know where your setting is going, and you don't have a theme. You don't have a setting, you have an idea or a concept. A setting goes into, you know how this is going to end, here's the way that it starts to get to this end, and this is the things that could happen to get to that end. So sit there, figure out how you want the end of this to go, and then build from there. Outlines are your best friend. You don't need to know, for example, if you're building a World of Darkness chronicle, you don't need to know that this was the prince and that they ran this brothel in the 1400s and then they slept with this human and they did XYZ, 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 XYZ. If you can't sum your NPC up in 5 sentences, get rid of them. It's not an NPC, it's a PC. Get rid of them. Because as a storyteller, you should never. Unpopular opinion, as a storyteller, you should never put your PC in the setting. Ever. You should never put your PC in the setting. It's conflict. You're putting way too much thought into that one NPC over the rest of them. If you can't, one sentence is, this was their human life. One sentence, this is what led up to Embrace. One sentence, this is what they're Embrace. One sentence, this is how they acted after Embrace. One sentence, this is them now. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Because you're going to get super detailed into this character that it's going to be what defines the setting, and then your players are not going to have any say on it. And that was one of the things I actually had to beat his head in over quite a few times, was he would give NPCs such fucking depth that no matter what the PCs did, it made no difference. I'll straight flip you off. I won't be subtle about it. But that's the thing. Sit down. Keep your main NPCs under 10 that every PC is going to find. Everybody else is just little NPCs that they could potentially do it. But like that. And when you do it that way, for example, oh shit. Trying to think of one that everybody here would know. Fuck. Alright. So Claire, Herkabee, and Olivia. Herkabee and Olivia, their entire backstories was one paragraph. Like, Claire's was this big, I think like 4-page Google Doc was what I eventually submitted. It was originally 62 pages, and he will never let me live down that I never let him read all 62. But Olivia and Herkabee were just a paragraph. Why were they just a paragraph? Because the other PCs could interact with them. So depending on what was comfortable for them, I could do it. For example, like Olivia was transgender, and we had non-binaries at the table. One of my closest friends, who is an NPC to every PC I will have from now on. I love you, Savi. So on and so forth. Like, everybody has this tie into it, and I want to make sure certain things were okay to be explored. I had one person in the Discord at the time that was like, hey, I don't want to read about you know, a transgender person having any kind of sexual relations before being transitioned, because that makes me uncomfortable. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm going to take out the entire thing where Olivia is actually a hypersexual, and I'm going to rewrite it because it's more of a comfort for everybody listening than it is for me. I have a story. I know what I want for this NPC, but if you're going to make it public and you're going to invite people in to collaborate, whether it's a table that you're running or a table that you're playing, you need to be open about changing things. And if you go super detailed into your NPCs, you're going to set it up where you're either going to cause harm to your players or cause harm to you, and you want to be able to easily adapt it on the end without feeling like you've had to rewrite something completely. So 5 sentences for your NPCs. Figure out the end of your whole story, and then build backwards for it. And always, 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 if it's a setting for a tabletop, leave room for things to be adjusted by your players. Leave it to where, okay, this is kind of what I want to go. As long as we get to this arc, I don't care to a degree how it gets there. Like, mine was, I want these people to get to the garden. I want these people to meet the second Inquisitor. I want the person to know that her and Olivia were twins. This is how I planned for it to go, but at the same time, the players could do something completely different, and they did. But this is where I want to go, and that's what I need to keep in my mind. And because I kept that in my mind, that I need them to get to this cathedral, I need them to meet her, I need her to say the line of, it's y'all's fault that she's dead. That's what I needed. That absolutely has to be done. It let the players completely redirect the story in the way that they want it to, and they had say in the story. I got to go where I wanted as a storyteller. I got to tell the story that I wanted, but they got to own the story. And that's why my favorite saying as a storyteller is it's, you know, my story, your choices, and our table. I'm telling the story one way or another, but every choice it made up is up to you on how we get to that story. Wow, rambled again. I love talking about settings, and I could probably do an entire 12-hour stream talking about settings. This is one thing I am super passionate about. Writing and settings are my jam, and poor Miko here is an absolute proof of that. I think one point in time we sat for 7 hours in a Discord chat talking about it. But no, so yeah. Summary. 5 sentence max for your NPC. Make 10 max NPCs that everybody will meet. For Vampire the Masquerade, I would make that the sheriff, the prince, somebody who's opposing the prince, somebody who's opposing somebody who's opposing, and then little connections to them. And then everyone else write down a line of 2 of who they are. And then if a PC goes to explore them, a PC goes to explore them. You don't have
And a
to get
very
super
fast
detailed.
taxi driver.
That taxi driver still gives me PTSD. Oh, I love him though. And then be prepared for your players to roll 30 successes against them in converting the taxi driver into joining their occult in 2 rolls. So then throw out that entire story arc that you had planned for said taxi driver because now they're an occultist. I'm not sorry. But yeah, so for settings, that is me, and it makes it easy. Start from the back and go forward. Pick your beginning, middle, and end that you want players to build up to, and leave room for your players to be able to do it. Easy peasy. I'm not talking about main characters or book writing because then we'll be here for the next 13 to 50 hours, and I don't think anybody wants to stream that long.
Next question.
Next question. Oh shit, next question. Alright, time to pick this back up. These are loaded questions. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna go with Kayla first, because this one's really fucking funny. Kayla. The dynamic from the start of the season where Kayla joined to the end was very different. She seemed very strict on rules and wanting to please her father and taking over the Giovanni clan to someone who seemed to make very reckless decisions and cared more about herself at that moment in time. What happened? And how do you, as the player, feel?
At first, so I was learning this world, if you will. And Kayla coming into it, she has to, I don't think she was showing face. I think that's actually Kayla. Just because you know how to be nice and you know how to, you have proper etiquette, just because you welcome others into your abode and you call them family, which they to her are, doesn't mean that she's still not a vampire. And vampires make messed up decisions. Kayla is her worst when she's rushed. And she's also a scientist, so you give her an option to do something and figure something out that's different than it should be, and she's going to probably jump on that because it's her nature as a scientist to want to know how things work, how things process, what's the end result. And I feel like as the season got more complicated, she was adjusting to the waves of Iron New York, and I don't think that she adjusted well. And I think that that was weighing on her as well throughout the season, because she wasn't able to just fit in. She was just there, and I think it was difficult. I think it was difficult because you're trying to fit all these rules and you're seeing everybody do all these things, but you're also that these are all monsters. Like we walked in and saw a whole Zemitzi structure of bones. We've seen what these Kindred can do. They're scary Kindred. Things got tougher, and she doesn't make good decisions when she's rushed. So
Okay, okay. Picasso, I like it. Artemis, loaded question. This also actually leads into the question I'm going to use for myself is, at the beginning, it seemed like Artemis was more led than actually played. How did you feel about the storyteller seemingly making the choices for you as opposed to you making them yourself?
Oh, like I said, this was my first time being at this kind of table. I'm still new to V20. Um, in fact, this storyteller was my first storyteller for V20 at the beginning of this year in a play-by-post of APOC. So, I have a lot of trust in them to grab my hand and start me running and then let go and let me keep running, hopefully, or fall on my knees. Um, but I think again, this came down to like kind of coming in very suddenly mid-season, and I had to allow myself to rely on that until I could learn to run through it. I mean, I actually said this last night. I'm like the 48-hour character champion at this point. I created Artemis in 48 hours, maybe less, uh, before that very first session. True facts.
They
So
made that entire character in 32 hours, backstory, character sheet, and all. In 32 hours.
I was good with it.
I love it. Miko, this is a loaded one for you. So throughout the season, I see Miko constantly going, but actually to the storyteller quite often, and it seemed like they were trying to rules lawyer. How does the storyteller feel about this, and why did Miko feel they had to do this? So here's the thing. I didn't see it as rules lawyering from Miko. I asked Miko, and in above game chat, every player can hear or see it, that if I do something wrong, or it seems like I am confused, to call me out on it, whether it is public or not. Yes, this is an actual play, but if I fuck up, I need to know. Don't wait till after session, because once I've already done it, that's it. I'm not changing. I did it, that's how it is. So if I fucked up, I needed to know, especially since this is a collaborative storytelling, because there are two storytellers, that if I fucked up and Miko feels like I am confused or didn't know it, that he corrected me. He had permission to do that. That was not rules lawyering. That was, hey Val, are you sure that this is what you're trying to do? It's seeming a little wrong here. And while I would make the joke of don't question the storyteller, it was always behind the scenes typing of, hey, I know I did that wrong, but I'm doing it on purpose because I realized I fucked up and I'm trying to correct it. So we're just gonna roll with it. But go ahead. That was me because I was mentioned in it. So
No, that's valid. I mean, much like you say, it was trying to be helpful and proactive, and we'd already talked about saying for each other, and something I think that people have seen less of um, on stream has been the reverse situation, because I fuck up quite a lot, and Val's helped me plenty. Like, I've been playing Vampire since some year in the 90s that will not disclose exactly how grey I am. That may or may not have sounded an awful lot like a 96, because it's the second best number. But yeah, so I've been playing for a long ass time and had the books, read the lore, and everything else. There's been multiple editions of everything, and now V5. So eventually you reach a point of critical mass where it's just like blorp, and everything becomes one giant homogeneous blob. In season 1, I was getting willpower wrong. Like, for some reason, my brain had decided, oh, by the way, James, sorry, your somewhere in the region of 40 now, so your brain is going to just randomly decide bullshit from now on, that you definitely know better than, but it's going to happen. So it does come from a more collaborative point of view, but at the same time, could it have been less? Probably, but it's something that a table has to grow into together as well. Like, you have to start to learn each other's limits, and you have to start learning where help stops and being a pain in the ass starts. And I think I've managed to learn that across season 4, because we're not shy, or more accurately, I will say, you're not shy. I'm slightly demure. Um, but no, we are quite happy behind the scenes to tell each other, "Oi, fuck off! Stop correcting me." Yeah, I have this for a reason. You have to be able, though, in situations where people want help, to not be afraid to offer it and then be told to fuck off. I'd rather offer that help and be told to fuck off than not offer that help. But also, there's been times where, because that's been a choice, and this is probably something really important other storytellers need to learn. By challenging on things, I then learned to understand the reason why you were doing some of those things. And actually, some of those things I have now gratuitously stolen, because I think the rationale was really fucking good and actually brilliant. Much like we're poaching serfs, totally serfs, XP awarding kind of aspect as well. It's that side of things. But yeah, things can come off one way on a stream, in typing. What I would say is, if you're ever sitting there as an audience member or a Discord member or anything else, and you are concerned, like genuinely though, and this is something that is very Iron New York for me, so this is really important, is I am not above the rules. No one is above the rules. Helping each other and consent and everything else. So I would expect to be called out. And I would expect of myself to behave appropriately to address that problem and situation. And I would expect my community to work with the moderator team or other people, etc., to raise those concerns so that we can then deal with them. Because that's the standards I expect of myself and everyone else. To create a safe community is not about not ever saying anything. It's about allowing people to challenge things in a constructive manner. So if you see behavior like that, challenge it.
Okay.
Has the internet broken?
No. I'm reading mine. Oh boy. Hey Val, so this is a multiple questions in one go. 1, player or storyteller, which is your favorite? I love being storyteller over player, and I know that seems really weird because I'm very excited to get back being a player. This leads into the second question of, hey Val, what is you feel is your biggest flaw as a storyteller and a player versus the biggest advantage you think you have? All right. My biggest flaw ties into the first question of why I prefer being storyteller. My biggest flaw as both a player and a storyteller is I think about shit way too much, to the point of I obsess over it. And then there's plans for plans for plans. Because of that, I love being a storyteller a whole lot more. And risking sounding very fucked up, I like the control that being a storyteller gives me. Of, if I think of something and I want that to be how it goes, I don't have to go and convince a storyteller that this is why it should be this way. I just get to decide it. It's the control factor of things. And it is both my biggest flaw and I feel my advantage as a storyteller. Because as a player, that is not a way I should be thinking, and I know it. I shouldn't be in the mindset of, well, I feel it should be this way, and I'm going to challenge and find a way for it to be this way because this is what I want. And it takes that away from the storyteller. As a storyteller, I feel that is my biggest advantage because if a player comes to me and they go, hey, I really want this, my obsessive ass will find a way to make that a thing. Especially if I find it cool. There was somebody in my APOC game who was like, hey, I really want XYZ and here's why I think this should be a thing. Hold on, I'm typing it up. I was like, no, that's a cool idea. It's gonna happen. Whatever you tell me, it's going to happen. Like, I love it, and that's the way it's gonna go. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna find a reasonable way why it rules as written, this can work. But as a player, I shouldn't think that way. Because it's not my story. It's my choices, but not my story. So as a player, that is my biggest flaw. And it can cause me to get in my feels if things don't go my way. But that leads up to, if you're at a good table, you can go to your storyteller. Or if you have good connections, like people that you trust, to talk about it on why you're upset that it didn't go this way, then it's easy to overcome it. There's been a few things, for example, like I really want certain stories to go certain ways for Claire, and I had it in my mind that it was going to go this way, and when it didn't, I got upset. And there were times I went to James like, hey, why didn't it go this way? And he's like, well, it made no sense for the story. And then I would challenge, like, well, but no, like, this is the thought process. And he's like, Val, no, that is not how that works. That is not even remotely close to the setting. You're gonna have to get over it. And I'm like, okay, yeah, fair. Okay, fair enough. And then,
To be fair, it doesn't help that you're a lot of the time a better writer than I am. So I'm sitting there going, fuck. Hastily scribbling notes at the side of the screen going, nothing, not doing anything here.
but as a storyteller, I love doing it because 99% of anything I do is homebrew. Because if a player comes to me and they have something that I find is really cool, or that I feel like they would enjoy a whole lot more than what I had planned, or if it could mend in with what I planned, I'm going to make it fit. I'm gonna make that story fit. And that's just me. My biggest advantage as a player, I think it's how quick I can put things together. My obsession with pulling the notes and stuff in. I can put hooks together really fast. And instead of, I've seen most players when they get hooks together, they start pushing really hard towards it, or they start avoiding it, or, you know, like it's rushed. And then there's me who 8 months ago I figured out a hook for Claire and I knew it was there. But I'm still not off that hook. I know that hook exists. I know it's going to happen. And I still haven't done it, but I'm excited for it. And I think as a player, that is my biggest advantage, is I can piece together what the storyteller is trying to do, and instead of pushing it, I know it's there and I let them do it. And it lets them go through it. And if anything, I'm like, hey, so like, I know this is the hook, and I know that this is what it looks like it's leading up to be. Would doing this push it forward sooner than what you need it? Do I need to slow down? Like, so on and so forth.
It can be quite disconcerting.
I think that's my best.
How did you know?
I think that's my biggest advantage as a player. And my biggest disadvantage as a storyteller, honestly, not being able to say no to a player. Is ignoring my comfort and what I want to do as a storyteller in favor of doing what the table and the player wants. And then because of that, I get burnt out and don't want to do anything anymore. And that is nothing to do with the tables or the players. That is me, and it's something that I have to get over. I'm so people pleasing that I don't want these players to leave, and I want them to be able to experience the story how they want, that I forget that I should be having fun too. Yeah. Which is funny because if you ask me, like, in the Discord, like, hey, I'm having this problem, my dumbass will be like, hey, you're the storyteller, remember, you're supposed to have fun too, and these are your boundaries. Don't let anybody walk the fuck all over you. And then I'm sitting there at the table going, because I can't take my own advice, apparently. And that's outing myself pretty big. But no, I much prefer to be a storyteller for the pure fact that I love writing stories, I love telling stories, and I love being a performer. Like, I just love doing it. I am probably one of the very few people that you will ever hear going, I love being the forever game master. If I get to pick between being a storyteller and a player, I will jump being storyteller 9 times out of 10, unless it's Iron New York, then I want to be player. I much prefer being the storyteller. Eek. Okay, off of me, because I don't like, explaining my flaws. I feel bad doing them. Anybody?
Quickly, move on to another question.
Move on to another question. Ironically, we're out of questions on the dock, so if anybody else has questions in the chat,
I'm not gonna say that it's that you're a Ventrue, but that was a very
I will
Ventrue
punch the
statement to make.
absolute fuck out of you.
Yeah, so chat,
I
we do
will
have a running
punch
joke.
the absolute fuck out of you.
When I say we have a running joke, what I really mean is that every time a certain person takes any of the clan tests or any of the randomly generated clan things, or on TikTok, what clan do you look like? Someone rolls Ventrue.
I'm not a
awful lot.
Ventrue.
Yep, true. Yeah, true. You're a member of the Iron Clan, which were founded by Ventrue, so it's totally different. But yeah, it's a whole thing. So I have maybe a question then for Surf and Artemis. Looking back at the downtime role playing and the other episodes that have happened, for what you've seen of them, etc. What's the difference between being on the outside looking in at what happened versus being in the thick of it for you? How does that difference feel? And whoever hits their nose last goes first. So there we go, Surf. Well, volunteer. Sorry, I'm accustoming myself to a whole new set of cultural standards about noses.
Could you repeat that one more time?
So looking back at you being in the story, so the older downtime or the older episodes that you're aware of, what's the difference for you other than the obvious of, hey, I'm in the story? What's the difference in perspective you now have between having been a observer now actor, as it were?
So before my journey here, meeting everyone,
I'm going to let you
was-
take over for just a second. I'll be right back. My dad's calling.
Yeah, no problem.
my journey meeting everyone here was very, very fast, and very, very well aligned. So I had not heard of Iron New York prior to becoming part of like the Discord server and prior to joining and playing. So I haven't seen every single season of Iron New York. I had to catch up as we were playing. So
Yeah.
for me, it wasn't just coming into a new Vampire the Masquerade world. Iron New York is its own thing. It's a mass history, and there's a lot of different connections and characters that you have to get used to. So I loved it. The experience for me coming into this was so awesome because it's so different. You have to learn. You're coming into a situation where you're learning with people who are also teaching you a new system because I'm coming from V5. Um, it was easy. This was an easy kind of easing into what this world means. And I think that everyone who wants to play should have a nice, easy start to what this world is, because I have a feeling the end for any kindred in this world is not nice and easy, but so good.
Juicy trauma
Yeah.
beans.
Yep.
And a little bit of Chianti. Awesome. You can't dodge it now, Artemis.
Ink. um, uh, so kind of going off of that same sort of track. I was the TikTok audience. um, to be honest, I hadn't seen the streams. How it started was I had gotten into Vampire just last year. It's been just over a year for me. And I created TikTok at that point. So yes, I am that person who joined after it almost, disappeared off the earth. Um And I started seeing, like, the Iron New York content, Val's content, um, and, like, engaging in it and, really eating up what was being put out and enjoying it. While also in my other game, being responsible for an entire setting that my character was coming from into a game, which is a very weird way to suddenly be like, "Okay, cool, now I need to make a game of my own, I guess." Um, but, um, I've said this before and I'll stand by it. I had these, like, moments where I was like, "One of these days I'll get to play at that table." And, it 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 happened, um, really unexpectedly on the trajectory of how it happened. Um, it's that one's fault. It's below me on Discord, but,
Who the fuck you pointing at?
Val
Hold
put
up.
out
This
you.
bitch. This
Yeah, you bitch.
bitch.
Everyone's Discord arranges it differently, so you were pointing at Surf for me. I was like, what did Surf do?
No,
Okay, so for stream, I'm at the top left. Miko is to your left, and Kayla's to your right.
they're somewhere.
My dumbass. Hi. Anywho, sorry about that.
Yes, that dumbass. Um, love them to pieces because they put out like this application to join their story, and I was like, I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm not even gonna put any hints that it's me. We'll just see what happens, and it happened. I think the biggest difference between being at the table and observing is going to be going from there was a moment of uh like, oh my gosh, celebrity kind of feeling. Like, these are people I have been watching from afar. I love what they're doing, and it makes me genuinely nervous to engage with them, to now constantly engaging with them. In like, I think for me, that's the biggest part, is there's a moment of transition from these are people I'm watching that are kind of like, I don't know, my kind of celebrity, not to these are my friends, and I'm going to make stories with them, and I'm going to enjoy those stories, um, and be a part of those, and very honored. Yeah.
That cuts both directions. You know, it's like it's very nice, and kind of the whole point of why what I wanted Iron New York to be was a welcoming space, and that's what Iron New York is: second chances, equality, consent, and all that kind of vibe. And trying to put, yes, you can be a world of darkness, but you don't have to be a dick. To quote an incredibly important movie of our time, Zangief is bad guy, but does not have to be bad guy.
You're
Yeah.
fired for that reference.
Oh dear. I don't know if we have any more questions in chat yet.
Yes,
Looks like
actually.
there's one.
Ironically, one of them was who's the most venture at the table, and while the inside joke is me, I shit you not, I'm going to say it is James for the simple fact. I have seen people not able to afford groceries, really want a gift, sick and needed medication, and he doesn't care who you are. If he ever knew you to begin with, he has given you the money. He has been there to take care of you. I've seen people get bullied and this man come out of nowhere. I've seen him flip switches from being this goofy motherfucker to somebody who has genuinely scared the shit out of me with the fucking 180 that he's done. He shuts down from this goofy person to absolutely supportive, complete leadership, like everything about him. If you picked open the book and went to Venture page, it would have his picture and his name.
Dad mode engaged.
And I don't mean physically intimidating. I mean this man would sit there and talk to you using such complicated big words and a sentence structure that you have no idea, that it would take you 2 to 3 business days to realize, oh shit, I was insulted. Like you would come back 3 days later like, hold up. Absolutely, I believe it's him. I would say, as much as I hate it and I make the joke that I'm not a venture, I'm definitely the second. For the simple fact, I have no problem stepping up into a leadership position as long as it's not for myself. I can't do it for myself. I can't stand up for myself.
I can be a
can't lead
responsible
myself.
adult for other people.
I can be the responsible adult for other people. I can't do it for myself because I'm a little bitch. And I'm scared of someone hating me, or causing problems. For example, if somebody does me wrong, whatever, I'll cry about it, I'll move on. But if somebody, for example, goes, hey, I'm like, hold the fuck up. You better think really careful about what you say, because I will insult you in such a creative way that the burn unit does not have enough aloe for this shit. Don't start.
Listen, we're not saying that this is a neurodivergent support group.
It is.
We're not
It is.
saying that.
It is.
We don't need to. It's carefully painted on all of us.
And there have been days and times where if I can't afford something, I can go do something and raise enough funds in 48 hours that there could be an entire book funded. Where whales? In 3 days. So it's just I'm the venture that knows a guy can get shit done, and he's the venture who is the guy that can get shit done. So that. And then the other question. Yes, I know, I still feel this thing from the cherry blossom comment. So there is one point in time in life. Okay. So I make the joke that it's trauma as to why I know how to read people so good. Remember back earlier in the episode where I get so obsessed over characters and learning to do stuff that I learned how to read tarot cards. I have a character who was supposed to be a psychologist, and I got so into it. Hubby! How many night classes did I take in psychology to be able to roleplay a character properly as a psychologist? He paid for an entire 2 semesters for me, so I could roleplay a psychologist.
Valid.
I am that level of obsessive when it comes to playing characters. I will take college classes to know how to play it properly if I have to. That's how obsessive I am. Let's see, what was the other question? For all, what's a non-spoiler goal that your character has for season 5? For James, I guess it would be one of your current favorite NPCs.
Am I starting? Will
Sure.
I start? Give everybody a chance to think.
What's your
So
goal
what's
for
one of my
one of your
current-
favorite NPCs?
I mean,
Non-spoiler.
oh man, non-spoilery. Hmm. I would say, oh, that's tricky. I would very much like it if Taxi Man got caught with the party. Like with the coterie, the Taxi Man finally gets caught speeding. Like in a genuine emergency, and the coterie has to do something about it. I hope that happens. I'm not planning it to happen. I just think it would be funny as shit. The three of you in the back of a cab, gripping the seatbelts for dear life, going ah! As it hits 140 going down parts of Manhattan, and across a bridge, dodging traffic, and you get pulled over. I just think it'd be hilarious. I gotta be honest.
Artemis.
I'll give you two answers. The first one's a cop out. They're a millennial. They don't have goals. Things just happen and they have to adapt.
Oh.
That cop out.
The second
Ooh.
just call out. I would say, however, that my goal as their player is deconstruction of beliefs. That's as far as I'm gonna go on that one.
Okay. Picasso. Kayla, loaded question. Go for it. What's yours?
I think she's going to be wrapped up in two things. One is the disease. The other is revenge.
Wait, I like their answer better.
How very millennial of you. Wait, can I have their answer? My answer doesn't taste as good.
I know, I'm thinking, that's not spoiler, because I think way too hard, for my PCs.
I was gonna say, like, which one of the 27 planned out futures that you already have?
I'm not kidding, that actually is the number. There's 27 different planned things. I think there's a non-spoiler go that my character has. Okay. So this is where I put a little bit of myself in my character. For season 5, I want to try and get Aconite, Danica, Itsy Bitsy, whatever the fucking her name is. I want to get her to the point where, how do I word this without spoiling it? I want her to get to the point where she starts, word it this way, standing up for herself and stop letting people control her actions and use her to be the face of something she doesn't want to be. To learn to make her own choices for herself. And we'll leave it at that. I'm trying to figure out how to word that without spoiling. I hope that was good.
It was
Perfect.
yeah.
I want to steal your answer too.
You can't steal my answer, bitch!
Just there with scissors and glue, stitching everyone else's answers together to make their own answer. Like,
Ha! No, Crimson! That is my hard limit. I do not want to be Prince again.
Yeah, like, you have no idea the conversations about that. Like,
No.
responsibility done.
Don't get me wrong. Being Prince would have been okay if things like player conflict and PvP was allowed at the table. But because of how the table is built and that stuff is not allowed, it made being a Prince very hard. Because if if another PC fucked up, As a prince, I couldn't step in and do anything because it was PvP and it wasn't allowed, and it was impossible. So I never want that again, ever.
And to be fair, that's a learning at the table as well. That's not just a player experience. That's something that I've realized that while it was great to offer that to be a cool and interesting thing, it did not end well in that it created more problems than the joy that it should have, if that makes
Mhm.
sense. And that's my problem with it in retrospect. Is like if I could go back and say, hey, you're gonna need to agree to change these things to make
Mhm.
this work, or change the course because set it up by accident to effectively be impossible to do in a productive and fun and
Yep.
engaging way. And that's what made it sort of problematic. So
Now, like, if at the table now, if something like it were to happen and Claire would have came, because I know both Artemis and Kayla are cool with PvP as long as we're not killing each other. So, like, if I wanted to bitch slap Kayla and Kayla wanted to stab Artemis in the leg, we were all cool with it because it was something we agreed to. Then I would have been fine with it because, you know, if Kayla broke the rules, I felt like I could go to Kayla above game and be like, hey, I have to do something as a prince to punish you. Let's figure something out. Then we could have done it, but originally it was just something that other players were not comfortable with, and it made it really hard as another player. So new, not something I want to do again.
valid, valid.
Because it made it really
Uh,
hard to play my character.
Do we have any other questions? Matt? I can't see chat.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see if there's any more questions.
Okay.
If not, then we can jump to session 0. So give a minute. The stream is 15 to 30 seconds behind us talking.
Yeah.
The one time I'm actually looking into the camera is to look directly into your soul. Okay, that's enough. My autistic ass can't keep looking in a camera. Oh, okay, we're doing this. Just
Wow, your eyes are so pretty.
oh, thank you.
Dude, there's so many people here.
I love
It's funny,
you.
I can't see any of your eyes when I'm
Yeah, I
looking
can't
at the
see-
camera
Okay.
like that.
Yeah, I'm kind of like looking in my own eyes at the camera because my camera is my phone, so like I can see it. I straight up told you to punch me proof on stream. I love you guys. That's all. Oops, all caps. That's fine. We love caps. What would each one of you do differently if you had the chance?
I would win the lottery in real life and open a commune of role players. Sorry, are we talking about in game?
Talk about in game.
Oh, okay.
We're already working
damn.
on those plans. Come on now. Don't spoil.
Shit. If I could do something different. Okay, as a storyteller or a player for me?
Pick.
Both.
Both.
Double down.
As a storyteller, and I hope this doesn't come off wrong, I would have removed Casimir from the table before the season start because I knew that he wasn't in the right space to do it, and he didn't want to let us down, so he wasn't leaving. And I feel like it slightly ruined the friendship we had because he was trying to continue doing it, and I wish I would have stuck to my guns about that. And I would have brought more people in sooner instead of what happened. And that's nothing against Cass, because Cass is the sweetest person in the world. My flaw as a storyteller was, again, letting the players pick when I knew that things weren't okay, and it caused a lot of harm, and that was on me. As a player, if I could have done something different, what I would have done. I wouldn't have joined the Iron Clan. I feel like when I joined the Iron Clan, the story that, as a player, I wanted no longer was a thing, and I had to completely rewrite. And while I love the Iron Clan, I do. I love it more than anything. I mean, a fucking symbol tattooed to my wrist. I'm going to own the book. There's so much of the Iron Clan stuff on my wall. As a player, I felt like my entire character's personality revolved around the clan and fixing it, as opposed to what I really wanted for her. And for the longest time, I wasn't even enjoying my character anymore. I didn't want her. I started making other characters. I started joining other tables. I wasn't happy anymore. And that is sort of why you don't see Claire anymore, is because behind the scenes, I'm finally doing the story that I wanted to do. And it's just roleplay now. It's not like an actual game or anything. But if I could go back and change one thing, I wouldn't have joined the Iron Clan so that I could have kept that story. I feel like I lost the original character that I wanted to romance because I had to do everything else. I feel like the story that I built to be this whole prophet kind of went out the window. I feel like everything went to your Iron Clan now, your prince, you have to fix all the fuck ups that's here. Because, you know, you are Iron Clan. That is your whole job. That is the Iron Clan's job, and now you're part of it, and you have to do it too. I feel like I lost my agency, and that really wasn't what happened. That was my mentality of it. Because again, I get so into obsessiveness with my characters that when I was handed those forbidden pages in the book of, hey, you're a sword now, these are the code and ethics, these are the things that you should be following, these are the things that your blood compels you to do, I felt like this was Claire, and this is what I wanted, and this is the story that I spent 8.5 months writing and plotting to. This is your new story. And I hated it. Like, I love the story that was told, and I gave it everything I had, but I hated that it didn't feel like it was my story anymore. And now I get to, through just straight roleplay, I get to go tell that story. And I share it publicly from time to time on what Claire was supposed to be. And I'm loving it. It's like I found my character again.
And expanding my damn bingo card in ways it's not supposed to go.
Like, let me go ghoul and angel. My bad. But no, I love the Iron Clan. I love it with every fiber of my being. I would not be here if I didn't. I would not be trying as hard as I did it if I didn't. But I wish I didn't do it. Ironically, one of Danica's is joining the Iron Clan as an Iron Redacted. This time I'm planning for it because I know what I want. But no, so that would be the, if I could change one thing, what would I have changed? Would have gone back to never join the fucking Iron Clan. Alright, sorry. Your turn, James.
Let's see. Let's see. If I could have done something different as a storyteller, time travel, before apparently Ko knew about our New York and kidnap Ko into our New York to a certain degree, apparently, and same with Surf. It's like, get this table sooner. Yum 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 yum. No, joking aside, as a storyteller, if I could do something different, it would be to transport the knowledge I have now and the experiences I now have backed the old me to make better choices when running things, right? Because I've learned a lot. Yeah. Bear in mind, I originally started this as, hey, do a couple of people want to hang out and play things on Discord about this book thingy I'm writing? And there's this kind of like large Discord over here now, and like stuff, and it's like original thoughts. This is what happened, which is cool as fuck, by the way, and entirely down to, sorry, distracted by the dog deciding to dig up the sofa, just randomly in the background there. You know, I think that I would like to take the lessons I've learned about being a better storyteller and being a more mature person and being a less damaged person, because running Iron New York has healed me quite a lot, I think, in a lot of ways, in dealing with people and being better as somebody who isn't just a people pleasing, like, blah, please like me, has been a whole thing. As a player, I would really, really, really like to take back the helicopter moment, to make sure Artemis was not attached to the helicopter moment before the helicopter moment happened. Just because aesthetically it was much more pleasing in my mind without some poor mixed up shadowy person with like juice stains on them going ah! going around. But no, there's I've enjoyed making the decisions I've made with my characters. I like accepting the choices they've made and enjoying the lessons they learn by doing them. So I tend not to be in the mode of wanting to take things back so much as wishing I could almost enjoy them more by going into it with eyes wider open, if that makes sense. I don't know who's next on the screen rotation.
Artemis.
Tough luck, Artemis. It's you.
Damn it.
The dog can't answer, so.
Geez. So I had something in mind and then I was so engaged in listening. I think there's like two things. One narratively, I think uh for me there the biggest change that I wish had happened is that Artemis had like tried to call out for help. And that's kind of me as a player not having fully grasped like what they would have known um in this setting, and not having the confidence to be like, well, hold up, what can I actually do here? Which is something I've begun building over session 0, is being able to go into our side chats and be like, hey, actually, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Help? And sometimes like asking questions, which is honestly, it's something I'm learning to do. This place has been both Iron New York and APOC have been places of massive amounts of healing for me as a person. Um, to the point where I have it like actually clinically documented that my trauma is healing because of these groups. Um, I think the other thing is just like mechanical wise, I mean, I built Artemis in less than 48 hours to get onto stream with. And so there's always like those small little tweaks that I'm like, oh man, I'm looking at this character sheet and this doesn't quite actually fit with what I'm seeing with this character, and stuff like that. And then learning how to roll with that. Um, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, "Oh, I can't really go back and change what I've chosen, but I'm okay with that because I'll make it work." It's a learning lesson for next time. Don't go getting teary-eyed, guys. Okay. Or do.
Fuck you.
Cry on stream.
Fuck you. I'm teary-eyed. It's not the first time I've cried on stream. It won't be the last. Uh, are you
Turnabout is
done?
fair play. I'm
Right.
done. Seraph, it's your turn.
My PC, I think, regrets that we got caught.
It's not the crime, it's the being caught doing the crime.
Anything else, you'll have to find out for next season, pending. And as a character, as a player, one of the things that I regret is not taking athletics prior. No athletics. And that's where I'll leave it.
That is fair. Is there any more questions? If not, we're going to jump into what is technically session 0, where we all quickly discuss plans for next season, what we want, what's going to happen, kind of like how these two get to eat someone. My poor girl, who doesn't get to eat anybody, but for power balance, gets more experience so that she can be up to par with everybody. And I guess the next time we have to roll anything, we all get an extra die, and we're all at full feed, since people are 50.
I knew this was a terrible plan.
Oh, and more willpower.
Can I have
It's
that
okay.
willpower now?
Yeah,
Yes.
you can have that willpower now. To be fair, you really fucking need that willpower right now.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we have no more questions. So, James, you're up. Welcome to session 0. If nobody wants to continue watching past this, it could get a bit spoilery depending on what is asked and what is done, but our session 0s are pretty much very quick little mini roleplay sessions where the party gets to meet up. I'm not sure how James is going to do that. Each time he does it is different. We discuss our boundaries at the table of things we are not comfortable with, things we are comfortable with. We go ahead and refresh on what the safe word is for the system. We go over consent sheets. At this point in time, if there's any changes we want to make to our player sheets, because we are all brand new players, PCs, all brand new PCs, we all get to redo our character sheet once and one time only. This is usually so if we built them one way and we thought this is how the character would go, and then when we finally get into role playing, if that's not how we thought it was, then we get to completely redo the sheet, but we only get to do it once, and then whatever it is at that point we're stuck with, and then we close it off, and then we return back to the Discord and continue doing what we're doing. This is usually always done behind scenes, but this season we decided, we had a few people that was like, hey, how do you guys go about your session 0s, or what do you do? And all the players here were comfortable with being able to do it on stream this time, because it does kind of do a really heavy immersion break, but this is kind of what this entire fucking session is about, so we're doing it. I hope you enjoy. I am no longer a storyteller. Despite the the little title right there, it's the asshole below me that's the storyteller now, as he's taken back over. We say that with a lot of love. We rag on people here. That's just how we do it. So up to you, James.
And to be fair, I'm also Scottish, so if you weren't swearing at me, I'd be worried. That's usually a sign you're about to be stabbed when they stop swearing. So, session 0, I'm going to go through the more admin-y bits first, just to make sure everybody's okay, and then we might do a dip into a brief bit of session 0ing to get you all together. So, first things first, consent sheets. I know everybody's is in. I don't think anything's terribly changed. Does anybody need to make any updates to their consent sheets based on recent experiences, terrors, and/or life hitting you in the balls?
So I don't want harm to children.
Yep.
I understand that there are children NPCs now. I'm kind of fine with. It's more along the lines of mortal children. And
Yep.
if there is going to be any type of heavy topics that involve child abuse or anything like that, I would really much prefer it to be veiled and then discussed
Yeah,
with
yeah.
whoever it needs to be discussed with above game. I don't want to get super into detail with it, please.
No, 100%. That's also one of mine anyway. So I really don't plan on going into that. Cool.
Um,
Obviously, that. Oh, go for it.
Also, I based on what's happened previously, I don't like if we do anything that has to do with physical restraint or paralysis where a character doesn't really get much choice in anything, I want that to be discussed beforehand.
Yeah.
Usually strictly pertaining to my character, I just feel like I lost a lot of player agency in that and not being able to react. And I understand there are some clans powers who do that. I would just like a heads up beforehand so I'm not, caught in my feels pretty much. Um
No problem. Yeah.
Domestic abuse, it's been brought up twice. I would much prefer if it's not a topic.
Yep.
I understand with the whole Guru thing that a rage could happen and it causes my character to get hurt. That I'm fine with. I don't want it to be like straight domestic abuse or violence.
No. Yeah.
Like at all.
No.
And then incest was brought up. I know that my favorite breed tends to lean into it. I don't care if it's mentioned in passing. I genuinely just don't want it to be anything to do with my character. Like, if Billy Bob down the road and her brother are screwing to make Moiraine and Aussie, that's fine. I don't want that for me.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. That's actually one of the things I'm most deeply uncomfortable about in the Ananasi side of things.
Yeah.
Personally, it's like, no, I'm just not having that in my version of World of Darkness. It's like,
more reason I get
no.
it because that's something that's very common with spiders and rabbits and rats. I get it. I
But
don't
we're
want that.
not those things.
And then, of course, the hard, I want no romance or nothing sexual between my player character or NPCs I make, like my ghouls, with other players, both now and future. Like, that is me.
Yeah. Hard walls
that's it.
between player to player is a hard wall.
Yes.
Basically.
Other than
it
that,
doesn't
my
matter about
consent
what
sheets-
character it involves, it's player to player is the issue.
Other than that,
So-
my consent sheet's just the same. The only thing I want to bring up to the other players is I know that this is borderline SA. My character, she's a baby Ananasi. She's learning her pheromones can turn you on like that. I've already talked to James. Unless you want the pheromones to affect you as a PC because they go off at random, then they don't affect you in such a way. So when her pheromones are mentioned, you guys do not have to worry about that happening. And I will keep that mostly to downtime roleplay or other NPCs that are affecting the coterie. Because that could lead into them getting very obsessive and touchy, which could come off that way despite the fact it's just natural animal magnetism. So as a heads up to the other players, because I know their consent sheets. Yes, I make it a habit to read my fellow players' consent sheets to make sure that everybody's okay. So that's that. Other than that, everything else is the same. Everything else is green light. With the social and cultural issues like homophobia and stuff, I know that can appear in a game if the table's not comfortable with it. Disregard all my green. I am fine with it appearing in the game as long as I get to fuck it up. If somebody is racist to the Mexican or the black kid or the Muslim, as long as I get to fuck up the racist, okay.
I mean, to be fair, so the whole table is aware, the only time any kind of prejudice will appear, generally speaking, in our New York is while it's usually having its head put through a wood chipper.
Yes.
To kind of drive home the point about Iron New York, which is we don't do intolerance here.
No.
If you would like to speak to the keeper, she's over there and she will very, very much put you through the blunted wood chipper. just to be on the safe side. But yeah, no. So no surprises, particularly obviously in the consent world for you. The children thing is a hard no for me as well, and because obviously you've got the children side of things. Think of it like the movie which never shows the kids, but you hear the kids' voices, kind of idea. Yeah, no implied threat, no direct threat. It is a responsibility you have to make accommodation for, not a haha, I have your children. We're not doing that. Ain't gonna happen. So anything from your world, go on consent sheets, etc.
So I do have gaslighting marked as a yellow. This is less about like not wanting it at the table or anything else like that. It's more I as a player may not catch that another character is doing that to my character as part of my autism. I might not understand that and then make bad decisions without meaning to. And just having kind of like a heads up off to the side of like, by the way, they are absolutely lying to you. Figure out if your character knows it or not. Um,
So I'm
That's
giving a
fair.
heads up then. My character is absolutely gonna gaslight and manipulate the fuck out of y'all into believing that she actually is a kindred and not a Feyre. Um,
oh, that's fine.
so like
Yeah.
I just want to be very clear, and like if you start figuring it out, she is going to go out of her way to gaslight you into thinking you're wrong and making you completely doubt yourself. Um, as a heads up. So like that is
Yeah.
her whole thing. She is absolutely gaslighting you and lying. She's exactly what you think she is. Heads up.
Yeah, it's less about like because I love putting my characters through that kind of stuff. It's just me as the player may not understand that that's what's going on, and that's gonna have weird results for how my character reacts to it. I am able to separate myself from my characters extremely well in what decisions they're making. I like to go from the headspace of, but what would they do? Not what Co would most smart do as a game. Um, we've already covered the harm to children and basically same. Like that's one of the reasons why I like in session 0 was like as a player I'm like, "Oh, so there's someone else living here. Cool. My kids are protected." Like nothing's going to happen there. I also have it marked as something that I'm not comfortable with. Um harm to animals I do have mentioned. It's more large descriptions of that would be upsetting to me. I just like to have a heads up if I'm about to read it so that I can be like, okay, cool. This is a story. Um and
Yeah.
I can like do what I need to do to prepare myself for that. I'm not against the description. That makes sense. It's most of
Yeah.
mine is just
Prepper.
having heads up.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
all I have.
No worries. Surf. Fire away.
I think we're pretty straightforward. I mean, even when it comes to my big thing, if anything, racism is not something that I think is necessary in a game. However, this is Vampire the Masquerade. So if you're talking about like there's a difference between clans not liking each other and the clan stigmas, which are just kind of the part of the universe, and racism. And if it's just clan stigmas, I don't care. Um, does that mean that a racist character can't be in the game? As long as they're getting their just desserts and it's not like this blatant, super disrespectful, bring them on in so they can get their just desserts. That's
Yeah.
fine by me.
No edge lording, only consequences.
Exactly.
Yeah. I am not a fan of edge lording for edge lording's sake, funnily enough. So yeah, we should be good on that respect.
What's no shock value, only story.
And I
No.
think we're all on the same page when it comes to not just domestic, but also the X-rated
Yeah.
type of violence. That's the
Mhm.
absolute.
Oh yeah, yeah. That doop,
No.
doop, doop, doop,
Yeah.
doop, doop, doop.
That is why I put a disclaimer for mine, because like the pheromones are directly written that it can make someone act inappropriate against you. And one of Danica's thing is she weaponizes it. If she feels like she can get you to break the law of consent by touching her, she's going to do it. Mainly because why be the one to kill you when I could make you touch my boobie and the rods will jump you? You know?
Danger
Um,
boobs, danger
danger
boobs.
boobs. But
Yeah,
I will keep
no,
that in
we will
mind,
yeah,
and I will
tread
keep
that line
that.
carefully.
Yeah, I will keep that completely out of actual play. And more towards the private Danica only roleplay. And then for the harms with animals, I'm going to just, I guess, go ahead and reveal my fetish here, and I'd rather that be done because Ko doesn't want harm to animals, and I do have a guard dog. And he's probably going to get hurt a lot. So the fetish that he wears, as long as he's wearing it, so if he ever joins a combat scene, he can't die. Like, as long he's got the Godzilla factor, as long as there's a drop of blood left, he can come back from it. But he is pretty much the only thing that Danica has in line of defense for now. As she grows, she will rely on him less and less, but he could get hurt. So I'm going to keep the
Important
details very...
caveat for those who are watching. When we say fetish, this is a specific word tied to Werewolf the Apocalypse. Magic items are called fetishes or talons. It is not our word choice. It is the word choice of the people who wrote the damn book, which in retrospect they should have probably realized was a terrible, terrible mistake, and they could have just called it wonders like they did in Mage, or anything else other than
spiritually enhanced
kinky.
item.
Yes, so just be aware, audience, that we are not saying that there is something else going on.
No.
Yeah,
fair enough.
That kind of thing I'm okay with.
Mhm.
It's more like, for an example, I don't know if you guys have seen the show Chernobyl. There's a scene in there with the dogs that I had to really prep myself to be able to sit there and watch it. And it's more just making sure, because sometimes my mind gets a little bit of, when it comes to violence and gore, it gets a little creative. And making sure that it, like, if it's a written thing, making sure I'm not reading it right before I go to bed is the thing.
Timing,
Is
yeah.
yeah, timing is important. So I'm
Yeah.
okay with that.
Okay. Sorry, the dog just decided that my big toe needs to be bitten. Thank you so much. Thank
Dog
you,
was right.
tiny animal. Yeah. Okay, consent sheets, I think we're all good. Generally speaking, there's no terrible surprises there. And more just talking to people. Next up, player character sheets. Is everybody fairly content where their characters sat just now? Does anybody want to make any major rewrites or changes? Go, Val, go. You were the first one with your hand up.
Oh, Ko can go first. I've gone first this entire time. Let Ko go.
Okay, Ko, go.
No,
Go.
I just, there's just like, there's a dot that I'd love to move because I just don't see myself using it.
Which dot?
Animalkin to performance.
As in taking it from Animal Ken and putting it in performance, and it's just 1-to-1?
Yes.
I am okay with that. Go for it.
Okay. And then we already changed the nature and demeanor. I think that's about it. I do
Cool.
know I'm gonna have to somehow gain more on humanity or take a path at some point, but that's low.
It's a journey. It's a
It's a journey.
climbing out of the dark. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Val.
So mine is because we finally settled on the story, back to her original story. For
Yep.
those who don't know, There was original concept for her, but I wasn't sure if it was going to fit the table, so I switched it. Turns out we accidentally did Whoops All Mafia. So it fits again. Whoops All Mafia. There's a few dots I want to move
Yeah.
around.
Yeah. Okay.
Like I want to take one from craft and then one
Yep.
from rituals because I didn't
Mm-hmm.
use them
Yeah.
as much as I thought I would, and I would actually like to add it into Brawl, so give her 2 in
Yep.
Brawl from it.
Valid.
Just as an explanation on why she's been able to do some things,
Yeah. No, valid.
and I want to again be able to take that 1 merit off. I didn't know that you weren't supposed to be able to take them, and I know that you said that you were willing to do it.
Yep.
But it's fucking with me, so I want to take away animal magnetism
No,
since
that's-
the Ananasi have it.
Bear in mind, get the points back, which means you can then spend those points.
Yes. And I thought I would use the merit natural channel a lot more than I thought I would, but it seems like it's pretty much what her occult specialty does.
Hold on.
The
let me
natural
just...
channel. You find the gauntlet between the worlds thinner than most Ananasi do. Your difficulty when stepping sideways is 1 less, and spirits react a bit more favorably to you, even if you aren't a Theurge or Theurge, whatever, and you won't find it difficult to obtain training from another shaman.
So you've
didn't
also
think-
got spirit heritage as well, don't you?
Yes. Which
So
I'm leaning
I would
way more
say-
into natural channel.
Yeah, I think you've been leaning more into spirit heritage anyway than
Mhm,
natural channel.
mhm.
I could see natural channel being useful, but how much it's going to be useful
Yeah,
is
not to take
debatable,
away-
and
yeah,
that-
not to take 3
yeah.
merit points.
Yeah,
Um,
that's the thing is it could be combined with your spirit heritage and your level of hunting for gaps, it could be really good, but probably not in the story that's going to happen. I'm going to be brutally
Yeah.
being as honest as possible, unless you guys decide to go on a holiday to Vancouver in
Yeah.
the woods. At which point you'll be the only Ananasi whose difficulty for going through the wild, or like foresty bits is, kind of average compared to most difficulties, and the other Ananasi are sitting there going, "What the fuck? Did you carry like a fucking box cutter for the Umbra?"
bad.
That would be about it. But
So,
yeah,
yeah,
I don't think it's going to be as useful as 3 points would indicate for this chronicle. I'm
Yeah,
gonna be
so
honest,
I
yeah.
want to be able to take away the natural channel and the animal magnetism.
Okay, so that's
that's
5 points refunded.
Yeah.
Do you
And
want
then
to wipe any flaws off? with that?
I was debating the third person one, the Iliism or the speech impediment. I kind of like the fact that the more I roleplay her, when she gets serious, she drops the whole third person act and it's first person. I kind of like leaning more into that it's part of the whole innocent thing. Like
A persona as opposed to a disorder.
Yeah. So wipe
No, fine.
that.
Just balance out those points. Yeah.
Yeah. So wipe
How much
that
was
1 point.
Iliism?
1 point.
1. So that's easy then. Just wipe it off. It's a mannerism that you adopt deliberately, and that leaves you 4 freebie points to spend or take on a different merit if you wanted.
That's the thing. I don't want to take up too much time if Seraph has anything, but I was more looking at storytellers' suggestions now that you've interacted with her. Do you feel like there's a merit she should take? Should I put the point willpower or gnosis?
Hold on. I actually have. Hold on. Where is it? 2 seconds. Sorry, this is just going to take a wee second because I did have thoughts, and I'm just making sure I dig out the correct ones. There you are. There you go. Hold on, waiting for it to load. Oh dear lord, the number of adverts, the sheer volume of adverts on the wiki. Right, okay. I am going to suggest we spend 3 of those points on a merit. Merit you will find reasonably sensible. It's called Underworld Ties.
Can you send
And I
that to
think-
me?
Yeah, and
And
I
then
think
also
we know
read it
why.
out loud. Yeah. So,
Right.
okay.
Hold on.
No,
Hold
that
on,
makes a
right.
lot more sense.
First,
And that
First of all,
feeds
because
into
it's
the other-
easier, I'm going to send it in direct DMs because
Okay.
otherwise it gets very shenanigan-y.
No, that's
I
fine.
don't have multi-screens. So the merit is 3 points. You have both influence over and contacts in the local mafia and organized street gangs. This provides you with limited access to large numbers of soldiers, in inverted commas, as well as extensive links into the underworld of crime. The more often you use your ties with the criminal element, the weaker they grow. Now, what that means is basically if you keep tapping people for favors, you run out of steam. Now, if you were to then, for example, just a suggestion, spend your last freebie point on a dot of contacts or retainers, that would also work really well with that.
Could I use it instead on kinsfolk instead of retainers?
100%. For you, that's effectively the same thing.
Okay. Okay. And then could I possibly, instead of like already having it established, continue the session 0 where we're doing it and have it as
I think that's
Yoki is the one?
I think that's how you get your kinfolk. Yeah. This is just a session 0 narrative explanation of how that's come about. And also
Okay.
a great demonstration of that merit actually was all there all along.
Yeah, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
I like that.
There we
That
go.
makes
Okay.
that makes some good sense. Okay, I like that. Thank you.
Balance.
I was
No problem.
just having some problems. And then when you have time, it doesn't have to be during session 0. Could you explain a little bit more of the flaw that I picked up with having to work with the spirit of infrastructure? It doesn't have to be now. You can move on. Just this is something that I need you to sit down and speak to me about because I'm really confused on it.
Oh, so if I remember correctly, and
Mhm.
to be fair, it's late. I would, if I remember correctly, it's more around doing and reporting back in, kind of gathering information-y kind of vibes, sharing information kind of vibes, especially if something that isn't supposed to happen is happening. Such as the exact example that happened in session 0 stuff is a great example of if you run anything to weird shit, do something about it or report it so it can sort of go, I needed that information. You're kind of part of its network, if that makes sense.
Okay, so
basically.
I'm just part of its swarm, more or less.
Yeah.
Okay.
To an extent. I will go back and because I remember writing it down. I'll dig into it a bit more just in case I'm missing things because it's late, etc. Like you said. So I will dig that out during the week and go back through it because I know I've sent it to you somewhere, probably in your character channel. So I will go and double check that and make sure I rough that out a bit better if I haven't already. And
Okay,
I've written it
thank you.
down somewhere and then not pasted it somewhere, which is quite likely because I tend to be forgetful sometimes. Rock and roll. Anything else?
For me, no, that was it. Thank you.
Cool. So, is your character sheet satisfactory?
Or me. You had a question, Ka?
Oh, it
sorry.
was just one that I because of the talk of flaws, I am having a hard time engaging with the idea of doing the nightmares flaw.
Okay.
It's something I've been like battling back and forth with on how it would work. I think it was good for the concept when I built the character. But they're already kind of having a nightmarish time. I don't think that them being stuck in a nightmare is going to make any difference to their current life.
Okay.
I wanted to suggest and see if Tix or slash Twitch would work. It is something that I've built into the character that um tapping and whatnot. And I had avoided that originally because of my own Tourette's, but I wanted to see if we could do a one-to-one swap there as well.
Just. I am trying to see if I can find that flaw.
The Tick Twitch?
Yeah.
I can send it.
Oh, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Sorry, 2 seconds. Why does nothing want to work for me? Why does nothing want to work for me? Nope, that's general chat.
Of game.
There we go. Right. Yeah. Yeah. No. How much was your nightmares flaw? Was it also 1?
Yes.
Right. In which case, just swap them over. I'm quite comfortable with that. Yeah. Just continue adopting the role playing behaviors. It will very much sort of line you up as I am this person. It gives away your mannerisms and that you're stressed and freaked out. So it gives people cues to read your behaviors, that kind of thing. So I'm quite comfortable with that. Okay, Kayla.
I have 3 questions for you regarding my character.
Okay.
The first is I have 4 dots in domain currently,
Okay.
but because I'm now going to be in the 1, do I change that?
2 seconds. I need to jump to your character sheet. Ah. Oh god, Discord, you're a pain.
I'm not
Personally, I would
asking for more points. I'm just
no.
asking if I
No,
can
no, no.
change
Yeah,
the
yeah.
sheet.
Personally, I would keep it. And this is both stepping in as a storyteller who's downgraded you from 4 to 1. Keep it as 4, or keep it as 4, and then treat it as you only have 1. So as you roleplay throughout and you make contacts and you get resources and stuff, you can upgrade to 4 dots. Because
Okay.
4 dots means you can own an entire city block. Which means, like, if we start getting together as a coterie and we get to the point where we can live together, you can buy the apartment building next door, or we could all do it, and then we own that entire block. So we have that
Okay.
Yeah.
entire block to hunt, to invite people, to do deals, and everything else. So I would keep it and then treat it as something that you're building up to.
So kind of like what we just described a minute ago with Danica, actually. Again, is the have the thing and we just work our way up to the thing. So it's not
Okay.
just like we flipped a switch and kabam. We'll just organically, it naturally starts expanding as you role play into that world. It does depend on role playing that out a little bit and building out the coterie and stuff and having interactions, but that should be fun.
I guess that
Question
also
1 done.
helps with the second question too. There's choosing a new path, which
Mhm.
if I could use points to do that and pick a path, I would like to do that. Or my necromancy is already at 5, so I'm not sure. Can I? What was it that Claire did? Claire was using auspex all the time, and then all of a sudden, super exceeded in points or something.
Oh,
And you get what I'm
oh,
saying. I can't.
yeah,
I
yeah,
can't. I don't know what you're.
yeah.
What was it?
It was the aspects. I started double specializing in everything, and to the point where my difficulty was either so low that there was no point in rolling, or it was a difficulty 0 to do it. For one,
Between occult or necromancy, I would like to, if that's possible.
so for one, the path change thing was free because you helped me as a storyteller in season 4 by taking Path of Lilith to be able to progress the story like I needed it. So that was something that was always offered to you, so you don't have to use points or anything. For double specializing, it depends on what you're trying to do. If yours is trying to do it where you can always talk to spirits, I would, once you have experience, pull your occult to 5 and get 2 specialties in it. So one would be spirit activity, the other would be rituals, and then put your intelligence into, if you can get it up anymore, or another spec, if you can add it with a 6 dot, add it into otherworld activity, because it's your intelligence and your occult. And then for wits, put what was that specialty for wits that I was going to get at dot 5 and then never went dot 5? It was something to do with what was it? Sixth sense was the wit to being able to pick up spirit activity. So when you start
Yeah.
doing stuff like that, it was lowering your difficulty by 2, 4, and then 6. So like those
So-
are what I would do if you're going that path.
That's 100% the correct advice mechanically at the table, right? So there's thematic and then there's mechanically, right? Mechanically, it's 100% the right call. And what's being described is basically the way that attributes work. So like strength, dexterity, everything like that. They are broad, so your specialisms will likely count to a lot of things that use them. And then the skill specialities are always going to be at narrow. And what you're really trying to do is have them meet across quite a wide variety of purposes. So the ones that Val's just described there, double check against the rolls you have to make for some of your rituals and rites, etc. Because one of the things you might find is using the power, right, has a very dry mechanical thing. It might just say roll willpower because you're just dominating the ghost, right? However, that is potentially able to be contextualized by saying, well, before I go and try and tame the ghost, I'm going to find the right ghost. I'm going to find the best ghost. I'm going to find the ghost that I'm easiest to influence to set up preparations, etc. So that it's not just walking into, I make willpower go boom. Do you know what I mean? So don't get me wrong, having raw stats being high is always great, but double specialism is a very solid thing, and also it represents your character just knows shit about this stuff. They are the expert. They are the person that knows how to make things go kablooey. So I would definitely look at those double specialities. Check the mechanics of necromancy, just to make sure that if you don't accidentally miss one stat that happens to be really, really useful. The age-old, oh, damn it, if only I'd taken awareness as da-da-da.
If you need
but
help
the
with
ones
that, I will absolutely help you. Claire's whole thing
Please, thank you.
was
Thank you.
the spirituals and dealing with spirits and stuff. So I have no problem sitting with you and doing that because I fucked up really bad at first, and now I have the storyteller mad at me because, hey, I would like to spot this spirit. Yeah, well, I need you to roll this and this. Okay, well, that's 4 different specialties and a merit. And he's
Yeah.
like, yeah, well, fuck you, you win. Anywho,
What was your path
My
of
path was
Cenotaph?
Yeah.
Cenotaph, yeah.
for Kayla, I would recommend Path of Bones. It's the Giovanni path. It's necromancy. It's dealing with contacting spirits and bringing them to you, not letting things die or finding use in them, being okay and accepting death. It's enough to challenge her because she doesn't want to let her dad go, but it builds into everything she is.
I wouldn't be able to do the fetters anymore though, but would I need
Uh.
them? I don't think so at that point with these. Hold on.
So that's the
Lose
thing
a
with
sword.
paths is you have to balance the sins you're willing to do with what you're doing good for. For example, like Claire she had Path of Lilin, is she believed that pain didn't have to be physical, despite the path stating that pain had to be physical. So she wouldn't physically hurt anybody. Like, she barely ever did it, and if she did, she had other people do it. She mentally hurt people, and every time she mentally did it instead of physically, I got stains because I wasn't following the path. However, I was forcing them to endure the suffering and wasn't shunning it. Therefore, I was both doing Ascend and doing the path itself. So that is what you have to learn to do, is what is Kayla and what are you as a player okay with twisting and trying to be okay knowing that you're breaking it. But what is the other, what's the other part of this, that the ethics that you're willing to do to the extreme?
Well, she wants to be, because you can't learn 2 paths, right? You
Mhm.
can't walk 2
No.
paths in this game. You only can do
No.
one.
One.
And honestly, Bone Path is what she wanted to learn anyway, but City of
So the other,
Consent.
right. So here's the other problem that we're running into, right? Which is a White Wolf bad writing problem. So there are 2 types of path that we're talking about here, and we've got to be really careful because there's paths of sorcery and necromancy, and then
Path
there's
of Enlightenment.
paths, as in paths of enlightenment, and they're both called paths, which is of no help to man or beast. So, what Val you were just talking about was the paths of enlightenment,
Mm-hmm.
whereas Surf, I think you went back to talk about Path of Bones.
Yes.
But again,
Ooh.
there isn't it. Yeah. So
Okay.
there isn't it cross.
I forgot.
Yeah, no. Here's the thing though, and this is one of the reasons why I like the fact that you brought it up actually, Val, is because sometimes depending on the path of enlightenment you pick, some of your
Oh.
necromancy
Oh, that's
might
right.
not work with, such as, hey, I follow the path of not binding and restraining things and imprisoning them. Wait, hold on a minute. My entire necromancy path is about imprisoning ghosts and mobile phones.
Oh my god, I
So
just realized the bad
that's
thing with the Lilith path versus the necromancy path. They
Mm,
can't work together. You'd be
yeah.
committing
So
great sins just even doing
constantly,
necromancy. Because you
So
have to let
this
death
is where
happen and let it move on.
so
Oh,
it
I'm so
can't.
sorry.
No. This thing is, in theory, though, there are ways to make it work, but you need to be very conscious about how you're going to make it work. For example, I'm going to take the lost spirit, have it serve me, and in that serving, find release. Do you know what I mean? More like a facilitator of the dead, and during that time they perform some function. Then that's theoretically possible, but it would be adding layers of complexity to using necromancy. Some parts of necromancy might be fine, such as animating a corpse, like puppeteer style. Who cares? It's a chunk of flesh. The path probably doesn't care, but binding a soul probably does. So it's just being
That's what
careful
she
about.
wants to do.
So if
That's her end goal too.
if we're
Yeah.
talking paths, look up the Vitreous path, Vitreous path. Not only is it specific to the Naharaga, it looks like it does a lot of the things that you're trying to use already. Like, for example, Eyes of the Dead, right off the bat, you can call upon Death Sight and then use these spirits to see multiple things. Like, they keep an eye on your thing. You can send them into, like, for example, you could see through the eyes of a spirit that you send into someone's house to know what they're doing so you know how to enter. You know, like the things that I was allowing mechanically because or through roleplay because I thought they were cool.
It does make a lot more sense. It's not what I wanted to do, so
Mhm.
maybe she'll have her father try to raise her father. Yeah, I
So
think that's going to be it. It's not, and that's also a necromancy path.
yeah, so that's the thing you've got to be careful of is what I would suggest first of all is figure out, are you happy with the powers you have on necromancy and that's where you want to stay? If that's the case, cool, right? But that is going to limit what you can then choose by way of path enlightenment. There we go. Yeah, that, so you've got to be careful that these two things double up, don't override each other, and you don't end up being the necromancer who can't necromance, because that would be a bit weird. It's like, aha, I am an amazing sword fighter. Unfortunately, I joined a monk monastery who that disavowed swords. I am the world's greatest singer. I took a vow of silence. Not great combinations. I'm gonna suggest that's probably a homework moment. Actually, I'm gonna be honest, Surf. I think that's a read the paths of and importantly separate the two things in a list, because I had to do that at one point because I started with the paths of sorcery. I was like, yeah, the path of Levenbolt, and somebody looked at me like I was a complete and utter space cadet because I was talking about paths of enlightenment and said path of Levenbolt. They were like, listen, as much as I would wish that throwing lightning at people was a path to enlightenment, it's not. It should be, but it isn't.
That is my favorite path. That is my fucking favorite path.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Like, I make it go kabooey. Anyway, so I would suggest if you're happy with the Cenotaph path, that's fine, right? The skill spec stuff that Val mentioned earlier should work for you. I think you need to have a look at the paths of enlightenment or humanity again and make sure what you're comfortable with that fits potentially.
I got you. I got them.
Yeah.
Because I
Like-
built one of the Giovanni because you asked and I got it. Definitely don't want to do humanity because every time you do necromancy, it's going to rip your humanity down.
Yep.
I think if you want to keep with your actual necromancy path, I have like 4 different path of enlightenments you can do, and they balance off of each other really freaking well. So
Okay.
if you want, during another time, we can sit and talk
Yeah.
about it. I'll record it and then send it to James so that he sees our thought processes. But I got that. For those watching, this is just something I do and I offer all players because I've been at the table the longest. I know how James thinks and plays and writes.
Or fails to think.
True. And so I'm just willing to help. Players never actually have to take the advice, but it's there for them. But so honestly, I would do it backwards. I would pick the necromancy path that you absolutely want, and then pick your path of enlightenment. Instead of your enlightenment, then your necromancy.
Because the power is the thing that you'll actually use on a regular basis.
Yes.
That
Right.
you don't want to be limited. You just need to be careful about if it ends up you're in a situation where you're looking at all of them and they all absolutely suck, and you're
We
sort
can
of
write
sitting there
our own.
going, I don't. Yeah, exactly. And Val is mysteriously talented at doing that.
I wrote my own path of enlightenment because I could not find one raw, in-game, or homebrew that fit, and I wrote my entire own. And
I am
James
looking
Lovett.
at you, Cole. Calm down. Dabba-dabba-da. Dabba-dabba-dabba-da-da. Read the ones that exist first, and then tap the creative genius. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Right.
I
Anyway,
know.
they are not easy to make, and they are really hard to balance. But I
Yeah.
can do that. So if you go through all of them and you can't find anything, I have no problem writing one for you. But you have to go
That's
through
a
all of
down
them
the
first,
road
Co.
thing. That's a road. That's way down the. I just started playing.
Anyway, right. To move us swiftly on, has anybody got any flags of concern they want to raise at this moment in time? Everybody happy enough? I know we've got some homework items. We covered off consent sheets, PC sheets. There's some respecking. Val, you're getting your bits for balance for the XP side of things, if you remember. Yep. Have we
Yes.
already sorted out
Oh,
what?
yes. So I know. Hold on. Time to go to notes. You can tell when I switch to Google Docs, my face lights the fuck up. Okay, so for Seraph, he wanted to eat the Malkavian.
I'm shocked, I tell you.
And that was. Hold on, I'm trying to highlight it. So that gave him 2 dots in dementation. So that gave him passion and. Hold on. I can't remember what the fuck the second dementation was. Oh, the
You
haunting.
use passion so much more often.
It is easy. Werewolf coming at you, no rage. Venturi pissed at you, no ego.
Yeah.
Toreador wanting to be a cunt. Let me turn your obsession to the absolute fucking max.
Yeah. Haunting is a
The haunting
nifty
and passion.
power. Yeah.
The haunting would do quite well. Recommendation from somebody who abused the shit out of it: use haunting then passion if you want to make someone have a heart attack or send them into torpor.
No, you're missing the other trick as well as Val is Surf. Use haunting, then passion, then actually haunt them. It's like, oh yeah, this power is called haunting, but
I'm going
this
to
is
put it in.
actually haunting.
Yeah, and they feed off of each other really well. I'm gonna
I
put
figured
them
it
with
out.
Yeah, I got you. I'm still gonna put it there because OCD.
The
Then
Okadas.
what was it? There was. Oh, what was that merit?
Generation
Hold on.
change?
No generation
Ooh.
change. They were.
Oh, that's why I was missing. Right.
They were both. We matched the whatchamacallit. You said you did not want a generation change, so I did not do that. Oh, whatever. You guys just have to vanish for a moment. Dee. Okay, there we go. Hold on, I'm grabbing the merit. I don't give a fuck. It was... Yeah. The merit
The next that say me.
The merit you gained from them, ironically, was Iron Will.
Okay.
Boom.
But there was a flaw, and that flaw was Dark Fate.
Oh.
Okay.
So the Dark Fate you will sit with James to figure out. It was originally connected to their character, and I picked the Dark Fate as the flaw that you got because they were supposed to die by somebody in their past that they really wanted to save, and they couldn't shake it. And I felt like that fit Kayla, because you have so many connections in your past that you could keep with it. So if you wanted to use it, you could. If you don't want to do that one, then it was what was it? That was the one that I had picked. You don't have to. The other one.
I'm staying with it. I just
yeah,
read it.
I was about to say I
could
can see the smile.
Surf's face reading it and slowly like glowing from within.
So there was something that he said the last time we all sat in chat. And when he said that, and then I looked at the Malkavian sheet and seen Dark Fate and what the Dark Fate was, I felt like it really badly picked. Like, it was like Seraph had already had the idea, and Seraph goes, I'm gonna find a way to incorporate it. And then I threw the Dark Fate, so I think that works.
Perfection.
And then Ko, yours was... Did you ever pick what clan you wanted to eat?
I don't think I ever even got a list.
It was the Brujah, the
There were three,
Malkavian...
right?
Yeah, the Brujah, Malkavian, and Toreador.
Hold up, I'm consulting.
Consulting. Well, the Malkavian's 8, so you
got
got
Adrian's
Brujah and
typing.
Toreador.
Yeah, those are the two I'm debating on. Either of those could be really good with the way that things are going.
Just while you guys are having a think there, I'm struggling to find the Downtime RP channel that I was doing with Kayla.
Because it was season 4,
Um,
it wasn't season 5. So it's moved to
Oh, is it?
archive.
There's a season 5.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
The season
So,
5 will start on the 13th.
Yep.
Or 14th, 15th. Starts on the 15th. Starts on the 15th. That's 2 days after the session. So that's the Monday.
cool. Cool. Right. Awesome. Thank you. Now I knew where it was. I've picked out the thing that I needed.
I will add that.
Boy,
is the
choices
flaw.
are hard.
You're
I
not
already
wrong.
picked my path. I picked both paths. I still want to know how to do the necromancy thing. I picked both paths. I know what it is. Good.
So keep in mind, for your necromancy, you can get multiple paths. You can rebuy and go from 1 back to 5 again, learning the new path.
So you can have multiple paths to necromancy.
Yes. You just have to buy
multiple paths. Multiple paths of necromancy, not multiple paths
Right.
of enlightenment.
So
Yes.
so then I'll do that path and then the other one that you on
Okay.
again.
Path of Bones.
Well, Path
Path-
of Bones.
Not Path of Bones.
Vitreous. Vitreous,
Vitreous.
i.e. the vitreous humor.
Yeah. God. Because I know that there's one of Harbinger that's pretty much translates to Bone of Path. Or Path of Bones. And it fucking gets me. Yeah, it's a Naharaga here. I'm just gonna put that in channel. Would it help you if I told you the disciplines that you could potentially get from each of them?
I've already decided. It's okay.
Go for it.
Okay, what is it?
We're
Brujah or
we're
Tori?
eating the artsy one. We know that I have it out against Toreador, so one
I knew it
less.
was gonna be Toreador. I knew it.
But also my die over here also told me that.
I totally
you
made a
know,
choice. 0, okay.
Okay.
Is that a sneaky dice roll?
No, I went to go get my dice because the Toreador
Oh,
has
right,
5
okay.
disciplines. I have to roll which one she
Sorry.
gets.
I genuinely thought you went into the curtain and hid yourself to roll the dice. I thought that was really cool. Like you just vanished.
So whichever one gets the highest is the discipline you get. Because there's Auspex, Celerity, Presence, Dominate, and Potence that you could get.
We could end up with a super buff Artemis.
Oh my god. Okay, so you have 2 nat 10s. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4, 5. Do you want one of each or do you only want one?
you know what? One of each, sure.
You get a +1 to Dominate and a +1 to Potence.
Oh, you're spicy strong now.
Ooh, and I
So
already had them. Cool.
for you, Seraph, your max dot in dementation you can have is 3 because that is where theirs was. For your Potence, you can have a max of 5. Your Dominate, you can have a max of 2.
I have 3 in Dominate currently, so should
No, no,
I?
no. For that was for Artemis
Oh, sorry.
because you ate.
Your
Ooh.
limit's
Yeah.
the dementation.
Yeah, your limit. So when you eat someone, you can only learn to the max that they learned. So the Malkavian you ate, their dementation was max at 3. They were
Gotcha.
a Auspex mastered. They had 5 in Auspex. So that's where all of theirs was. For you, your merit and your flaw, they have 3 merits. Which one's the most? Oh my god, that was bad. Your merit, my good bitch.
I'm having to stretch and stand up, and all I hear is "my good bitch."
My good bitch.
Oh,
Okay. This is
don't
just
worry,
doing
audience.
too perfect.
Like we are
Bruiser.
normally like this with each other.
Bruiser?
Bruiser.
All right. See fate.
It is absolutely fate. And then your flaw, they have 7 flaws. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that dice fell 6, 7. I'm not using that one. It's cursed to hit the ground. Okay. We're not doing 3 different nat 10s. I only need 1, fucker. 2 nat 10s. Come on! Okay, 1. And flaw. Ooh, that's a physical flaw. What do you get?
I didn't like that look. I don't like that look.
No legs. You are now an octopus.
That's a look. I don't like that look. Different look, please.
You
Not
have an infectious
photosensitive.
bite. You may not automatically lick wounds of your feeding closed. In fact, your bites have 1 in 5 chance of becoming infected and causing mortal victims to become severely ill. The precise nature of the infection is determined by the storyteller. So theirs was ironically, they had tuberculosis when they were humans. So when they were embraced, when they bite, there's a 1 in 5 chance that you give the mortal that you bite tuberculosis.
Listen, I'm not saying that Artemis is the whole reason why America's healthcare system is going back in time, but I am.
There are other ways to feed, though.
Yes.
Would Artemis know this though, or would Artemis have to
So
experience
no,
this?
so Artemis would have to experience it before they know. Same thing with you. Like y'all will have to experience it before you know you have the merits or flaws.
2 seconds. I'm having to make a note here.
So for anybody who doesn't know, they were promised a Dialray, they got it. But the way the storyteller does, you get 2 dots in something, then you get a good merit, then you get a flaw to balance it out. Unless you roll a botch or really low against them, you get multiple flaws and no merits. But considering this was something that was done willingly, it's just a 1-for-1.
Well, I've added that to my list of things I need to pay attention to shortly. Nummy, 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 outbreak. Nummy, 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 outbreak.
If it can't be traced back to me, it's not.
It can if
technically.
it's frequent, because eventually the circles will all point
So,
to where you are.
Here's the bad thing, because you can't lick wounds closed, the bite marks stay.
That's
And
the
it
part that
specifically states you
yeah.
can't lick the wounds of your feeding closed.
Yeah.
But what if it's not a wound that's a bite?
Then it's fine.
Yeah, if it's
Would
not,
that
if it's
also
not,
cause the tuberculosis possibility? Like,
you
Just
can't.
stab them. Stab someone.
Yeah, yeah, you
Thank you
stab
for
them.
the idea, because that's gonna be a giant red flag of what the hell, this isn't working. Okay.
Yeah, so when you bite and you go to lick, it doesn't heal. You can't lick a wound close. It doesn't work. By the way, infectious bites does infect other kindred you bite.
Rip that one guy.
What one
Um,
guy?
So yeah. Wow.
So Artemis is a walking STD
Plague.
now.
Great.
And it's tuberculosis of all freaking things as well. It's like,
Back to you.
oh, yeah, it's like, woo, we're bringing back the good old boys. Yeehaw.
Good thing healthcare is free in Iron, New York.
That is very true. For everyone else, not so much for Artemis.
Yikes.
Well, I mean, a Giovanni feeding technique might end up actually being the best option for you, but that gets really creepy real quick.
And
It
really
involves
hard
razor
to
blades.
hide. And really hard to hide.
Because you can't lick wound clean.
Okay. Anywho, that's y'all's.
Well, yeah, that's a whole ass thing.
Suddenly, I'm
okey-dokey.
not feeling weird about having 21 dots and flaws now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Don't worry, they just caught up real quick. Like, they just sprinted over that line. Like, don't worry, we're here too. Okay. So, last on the list was session 0E stuff. We've got various characters in various situations just now. And excuse me, it's also midnight here. Yeah, it's okay. I'm alive. I drank coffee and ate an entire box of cake. Not a sponsor. I just ate an entire box of cake, which I really shouldn't do with the Beatus. The Beatus tries to delete us. So, session 0 RPs in different places for different people. Would you guys like to go through a quick, light role-playing scene of getting you guys together, or would you rather have an outline above game and that is what we turn session 1 into, is you guys physically going and meeting each other? And I want everybody to express their opinion on this because this matters to you as players.
I'm always gonna open my mouth and say something if allowed. So I'm gonna say the second option. I just think that that makes more sense to push through a little bit because some of it might not be things that we really need to state. It's just like the functionality of how things happen with us.
Okay.
As opposed to like the things that actually like the bulk of it, which is the meeting each other. So yeah, I think second option.
I'm cool with that if y'all are cool with that. I'd like to be able to at least get to know where this where Aconite stuff leads her up to.
So the above game, and then session 1 is actually it happening.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Rock and roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So above game, right? Basically, you two knowing which way to point is now a pointless exercise. I've
So-
realized.
So to you, it'd be pointing that way for the players and this way for me.
Okay. This way for the players.
Yes.
Hooray! To my left. Players to my left, which will probably be right on this wherever. Anyway, those guys. So you will be summoned, shall we say, to meet with Eldrad, the Keeper of Elysium, as you are still formally a coterie, and you will be told that due to your various levels of competency, because he's a polite person and very etiquette focused, they are going to officially expand your coterie and ask you to go and meet a gangrel who specializes in not doing the things that you guys have done, like leaving trails and cleaning up after yourselves. Basically, they're asking you, they're going to say, you will meet this person. They are now officially a part of your coterie. Their job is to try and help you learn and or prevent you from leaving giant glowing neon rubble littered streets filled with blood and empty vans behind you in your wake. And they will tell you that that person is down in the market, that they go by the name of Danica, and they are a gangrel of good breeding and reputation. And when that is communicated, there will be a degree of terror and nervousness when that is spoken, to a certain degree. And you'll basically be sent to the market to go and meet Danica. And Danica, you will get warned through various channels to say,
Mhm.
hey, we're assigning you some coterie mates because you're competent at doing things without being caught, and they really need some help in that regard. Like bringing them on in the more subtle ways of doing things and helping them out. Also, the fact that you're relatively fresh to New York and don't have quite the political ties. It also means, and Gangrel aren't really a huge presence in New York, so it kind of keeps things a little bit more. It's not the Iron Clan doing this, it's just them sort of getting you people together so that all their problems are. Sorry, all of their people are in one place. Not all their problems are in one place. No, no one would ever say that. Not about the potential, probably daughter of Old Man Gangrel. You know, the guy who squashes people with containers in public because of cats. So let's not do that. That is going to be the theme. That is how you guys get together. I'm going to above game let you know now. The first half of the session is probably all of that happening, getting together, talking to each other, meeting, all that shenanigans, introducing yourselves to each other, etc. in the market, right? And then we're going to have something happen, and that will be the instigation of the story beginning. Okay?
Mhm.
And it will be in the market. It is designed, and this is where I'm going to go back to one of my notes I wrote earlier for myself so I would remember. It is designed to drive out the actual play story, but also give you guys reasons to understand why each other might be helpful in your personal stories that you want to explore more in the Downtime RP. Because obviously the actual play is about more the main story and working together, and not, I have this personal goal. I wish to circumvent everything else we're doing and go in that one direction. That's what the Downtime RP is for. That's so that people can go, for example, Kayla, deeply stalking vengeance about one specific individual. Don't get me wrong, is there possibilities it might bleed a little bit into actual play? It depends on what the other, coach mates' motivations might be, or investment in that process, all that kind of stuff. So the actual play is going to be much more focused around that event and then what falls out of that event. And then the Downtime RP is where you can explore the more specific personal goals, etc. What I would also encourage is reach out if there's a specific style you want to do it in, and by that what I'm meaning is I tend to bounce around quite nicely on conversational style for the Downtime RP. If you want to do it as more, you write a bit of a chunk of text and I write a bit of a chunk of text and make it a bit beefier, that's absolutely fine. I can try. I will not promise that I will succeed. I'm sorry, I try. I really do. Right. But the other side of it as well is that there is also the other NPCs that are the various Discord members as well, who can be interacted with, have a conversation with their players outside in like the OOC channels, whatever else, see if there's interest there or understandable commitments where somebody might be, oh yeah, that would totally suit my character to get involved in. Downtime RP is designed to be a bit more free, in that you're not chasing a specific goal. You can still chase AP goals a bit in Downtime RP. That's totally fine. Like, I'm going to go and speak to that one specific contact that I personally have is perfectly valid. Use of Downtime RP, especially if you're wanting to turn that into a thing. Like, for example, as it turned out, the taxi driver and everybody was originally just like a shtick and then became an actual thing in Downtime RP, and it was glorious and really fun. Absolutely explore all those bits and pieces. Yeah, the dice roll less so for my end of it, as I get crushed to death by enough tens to kill a horse. But yeah, so actual play, much more mechanically driven, and the big events that are happening, there will, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 2 weeks between, isn't it? Well, roughly speaking. Now, for pacing as well, and audience, hey, it's a fun conversation about pacing.
You want me to
Within
read?
each AP.
You want me to read that out? The season Downtime roleplay stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
If
So
you want to, yeah, that'd be great.
So for how it works is in between each session, there's 2 weeks. So it's pretty much a day for day in real life. You don't have to roleplay all 2 weeks. If you only want to roleplay a day or two, you can absolutely do that. Roleplay starts the Monday after the session, and it ends the Thursday before the next. So for example, Session 1 starts June 13th. You will not be able to start doing Downtime roleplay until the 15th, unless it has otherwise been discussed with the storyteller. For example, Clarabelle used to start the day right after, but that was because she was picking up stuff that she wanted to look into. And so she was able to do it before she jumped back into it. And then it would end the 25th, which is the Thursday right before the next session, which is June 27th. Inside that channel, I tagged everybody. It tells you about the general time in your time zone when James will be available for role playing. For Central Standard Time, that would be between roughly 4 a.m. and 2 p.m. That gives him a few hours to wake up, get to work, and stuff like that. Mondays and Tuesdays, that could be a lot less because he's actually in the office. Or it could be where this motherfucker is more rapid firing than me, that by the time you post and exit out of Discord, he's already replied. There is no rush
Green Journeys will do that.
Yeah. There is no rush to reply. Just their Downtime roleplay to a degree is required. If all you can do is 1 day roleplay or one scene, that is fine. You have to do it. what you need to do is before you ever jump into downtime roleplay, you have to go to your private channels or your above game, whatever, and explain what it is you want to do for that session. For example, I guess I'll use Danica. Like after session 1, her thing is going straight to old man Gangrel and going, I don't want to be in a coterie. I don't want to do this. I don't like it. And that's nothing against you guys. It's Ananasi are very secluded. They want to be alone. They want to be able to choose who's in their nest. And there doesn't feel like there's choice in this. Like she's being forced to do it. So after session 1 starts, regardless of how it goes, she's going to go back to dad going, I don't want to do this. And there's going to be a whole scene, probably multiple days, where old man is going, no, you don't get a choice. You have to do this. And it's going to be a whole argument. But you need to discuss in your private channel what it is that you want to accomplish during that downtime roleplay. And keep in mind, you don't get to finish it the next time you do downtime roleplay. It is literally between session and session. So if you don't finish it or you don't do what you want to do, it's gone. You're fucked. So if you're like, hey, I want to go meet this person on Thursday and I set it up and you don't go that Thursday, that time passed. That day is gone. So, and keep in mind, doing stuff like that, if you don't reach out to said NPC and be like, hey, something came up, I can't go, that does affect your relationship with said NPC. So you have to be careful. And you have to explain what is required, what you wish to accomplish during downtime. Like if you want to hang out with the ghoul, explore the city, broadcast, cast a spell, I don't know, do the local keeper in the butt, something, you know. Had to make sure you guys were paying attention, you know, I needed that reaction.
Listen,
Kayla's like,
less about my life
what
with the keeper.
actually, so if you don't finish that scene, it's gone. You don't have to roleplay the entire time. That's up to you. The biggest thing to keep in mind is everybody roleplays differently. For example, my crackhead ass will roleplay from Monday morning at midnight Central Time to Thursday at 11:59 p.m. Central Time, and I will rapid fire. So your thread might have 20 replies, my thread might have 2,000 replies. That's fine. You don't have to match anybody else and you're not being left behind. When you do the downtime roleplay, make sure if you're a kindred, you are putting, this is day 1 post session XYZ. So if you start that Monday after session 1, it's day 1 post session 1. And then make sure you put -1 BP and then your total amount of BP you have left. You do in downtime have to keep up with your blood points, your willpower, and everything else. That doesn't have its own separate thing. That is still the same thing that affects the AP. For me, my dumbass, since I'm Feyre, I have to put whether it's day or night in which I am awake. You will also need to... Go ahead.
Sorry, important quick interjection on the blood points. One of the other reasons for this is to make sure that you actually do something about going and feeding, which helps establish what you're doing about feeding. And as we just discovered, Artemis, this is going to be really, really key for you.
Sorry about that. Then when a scene is done, now a scene doesn't necessarily mean a day. A scene is just when you're absolutely done with that scene, you have to put, you know, scene. This is done. Say me and Artemis are hanging out. We're chilling at Artemis's house. We're talking. I go to leave the scene. The whole scene of me and Artemis is done. So we would both put scene and then we move on. You can specify scene, end of day, scene, end of scene, moving on, and so on and so forth. Pretty easy. That is honestly pretty much it. We understand
One
people have...
add-on, actually. Also, please put in if you're changing channel. Because that is really helpful for me, personally. Like, I get lost in our Discord very easily. So actually putting in there, this is now moved to hashtag banana right? Massively, because otherwise I start going da, 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 and I can't find your roleplay again.
Don't be afraid to ping James or another
Ping
player.
my ass.
His Discord, because he goes from work to home a lot, will sometimes glitch when the Wi-Fi changes. So he won't be alerted if you post in your thread. If you feel like it's been too long or you see him replying to someone else more than likely he has not seen your message. Ping him. I can't tell you how often I will see him, like, for example, replying to Artemis really fast, and I'm sitting there waiting for Danica, and then I'll ping his ass in private channel going, hey, like, do you want me to continue the scene? He's like, no, it just didn't alert me. Let me go do that.
Discord
Ping.
is very Discordy about things.
He's also very old and doesn't know how to work Discord. That's why I control it, not him.
It's cause I'm old and I was in a mine and I was mining those Bitcoin. Yep.
This idiot. We love him though. So, ping. If you're unsure about something, ping. Keep in
Communication
mind,
is the key.
yeah, the above game channel, you can talk to people. Unlike most tables, to a degree, we allow some type of meta gaming, quote unquote. I know that sounds really weird hearing that, but if you're stuck on a scene and you're not sure what to do, or you feel like something bad's gonna happen, you can go to the above game chat and you can talk to everybody and be like, hey, this is like the few options I want to do, but I want some, hey Val, you've been at his table for a year and a half. What would you suggest? Or hey, Seraph, I'm thinking about, doing this medically or something like that. Do you think it would make sense? Or I think there might be spirit activity here. Do you mind if I end up building it up where I can go tell Kayla about this? Kind of interject in your role play. You can do that.
And for storytellers watching who are saying they're going, I don't like metagaming, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. No one is going to deliberately hurt their own characters more than the players. The vastly greater likelihood, if you leave them alone to discuss things, is they'll come out of a situation with no legs, one arm, and several bullet wounds when all they were doing was returning an overdue library book. Like,
Yep.
genuinely. Let them throw themselves upon their own blades. They're very enthusiastic that way.
Absolutely. So abuse it, use it.
Don't lose it.
Yeah, don't lose it. Make sure you keep your character sheets up to date in the thing. Keep in mind, we do the training system here. So when you get experience and stuff, if you haven't shown that you have actively in roleplay do it, you can't buy it, even if you have the experience. So just show it. So like, I'll use my character. My bitch is learning how to use a gun. Okay.
Yep.
She's
The
apparently
blind one.
the blind bitch is learning how to use a gun. Let that sink in. The bitch who has no eyes in her skull is like, I'm gonna use a pew pew. And I'm actively doing roleplay for it. So I should be able to, at least at this point, buy a dot so I don't shoot myself in the foot. So you have to show to a degree that you're actually doing it. I know a lot of other tables don't like that. Guess what? I don't care. It shows and gives great opportunity for roleplay. Especially like if I want to learn Brawl, I'm going to go throw hands with Artemis because we're going to learn Brawl. Or if I want to learn more about spirits that are connected to death and not the natural spirits, I'm going to go crawl onto Seraph like a spider monkey and go, hey, teach me. All right. I will teach you how to communicate with the Weaver, the Wild, and the Worm, but I want to learn how to talk to Ghost.
Oh, I heard a very specific voice when you did that, and it was this one.
Hey, teach me. Hello. Yo, teach me. Teach me.
It was the creepiest shit.
Yes. Blind
crap,
girl
keeper.
clinging to the back of Mama going, you're going to teach me how to talk to that ghost, right? You teach me how to talk to the ghost, and I will teach you how to talk to the spirit in your lab equipment so you never fail a roll again.
Is that a conversation? I don't think that's a conversation. That's a plan. It's a plan of action. It's
So, yeah, there you go. And in the experience and training, it will keep up with that. So as you do roles and stuff, ta-da, your mentors, all of that. And that's easy. That's pretty much downtime roleplay in a nutshell. And to those who are watching and curious, downtime roleplay is pretty much if you want to follow a specific character's story, like if you want to follow Artemis and they're giving tuberculosis to all of New York City, you can join to read about them giving it.
I'm not laughing, honest.
Um,
You
You
look
don't
like you're
act-
laughing.
I'm laughing. So you don't have to keep up with the play-by-post to know what's going on. You can completely watch the entire actual play, and it is completely different than going and reading the play-by-post. So you're good. You do not need both of them to survive. On the opposite hand, you could go and read only a specific character if you wanted to, and never do anything else, if that's more your jam. But that's it.
So, with that said, the only other thing I will say is if you decide you're going to have a retainer or something that you have a very specific personality for or a characterization for and you want to run them, obviously Tupper bots, etc., are going to be the way that we go with that. But if you decide to go down that route, again, it's being careful about how you do it so that it isn't just you. And phrasing, I don't know. It's nearly 1 a.m. for me, so phrasing is going to be damned here. But it's just to make sure you're not playing with just yourself. And a little bit OP kind of bullshit, etc. But if there's story you want to surface that's almost entirely self narration with an NPC that you control because they're your ghoul or your ghost or your dog, etc., then there's room for that to exist. Yeah. All good. Anything else people want to cover off? Are we all happy enough? Ding. Da, 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 da.
I think I'm good.
Time's up. There we go. Okay, so that is the above game summary, big events, etc. Thankfully, I spent some time mapping things out. I will try and maintain a bit of a relationship map as I go, so I know who, knows where, knows what, etc. Just jump in and say if you think I've missed something. Always helpful. But yeah, other than that, I don't have anything else, I think, to cover off.
I'm
Go for it.
also open that if you want certain characters that usually I play, you're more than welcome to ping me and I will do them. I have a lot of NPCs.
The
I have a lot of-
ninjas.
So if you ever want like one of those NPCs, just ping me. Or because I know you guys work, so your roleplay might be a bit affected because of his time zone. I have no problem building up other NPCs and running you guys in the afternoon. Just know that like early in the morning and midday, I won't run them at all. I don't want to go into that storyteller only position when I'm trying to be a player, but like in the afternoons, if you're free and you want to go, I don't know, go to Elysium and find one of Claire's kids, for example, then by all means I'll run them, play them, and have no problem doing so for you. One of her 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 kids, one of her 20 kids. Look, she has a habit with adopting. I blame Hamish.
Fair. Cool. I don't think there's any other things. Oh, actually, two other things. One, we're stealing your experience system, Surf. Haha, Yabu sucks. Mine now. Also, combat. I am probably going to make a bit of a judgment call depending on the scale of what's going on. If it's one-to-one kind of stuff and it's in downtime roleplay, probably try and stick to being a bit more mechanical so you guys can also learn the powers and mechanics as we go through. From experience and learning from their good self, my fellow storyteller, I think cinematic combat is a solid way to go potentially. For if combat erupts, I will probably do a bit more story-ish kind of stuff. I may make it a bit more of a formal cinematic system potentially, but we will wait and see. It will probably be, I want to do this general set of things in this round, and then we see how it unfolds. We might still use the play forward, declare forward, play back kind of initiative system, so there's still a reason to be fast, etc., and have things like celerity. But I don't think it, and this is trying to put the audience as well in the picture here. It also feels a bit unfair if they have to listen to me say, and now roll this, and now roll that, and now roll this for 3 hours. To be fair, so having learned from the great and powerful, I will try and mimic them with my meager talent. I'm not mimicking that, but that face. That's just that's the I'm gonna get a slipper to the head face.
Where's the chocolate?
Nope. Can't reach me yet. Can't reach me
One
yet.
year. 1 year. I'm coming to beat your ass.
And you think she's joking. But yeah. I think we're all done.
Yes.
All good. So thank you for those who have stuck around for the extra hour or a little bit longer. Hopefully you've enjoyed a bit of a peek behind the scenes and seeing all the administrative and little bits and pieces and answering questions and all the other bits. We, as always, will end up with this on YouTube. Catch up with the backdated episodes on YouTube as well. Blue Sky, TikTok, including the incredibly funny stuff that a certain person who is present on this call is really good at picking out moments that make me cackle my pants off at 6 o'clock in the morning, really annoying the dog when I'm on TikTok. But thank you very much for bearing with us. Much appreciated. Your support really matters. It keeps the Discord alive. It keeps this going. And although we'd still hopefully be together and playing if it wasn't for you guys, it sure as hell helps. So much love to all. And we're going to go and jump into a quick downtime debrief. I think.
One moment. With that being said, in June, we will be doing a fundraiser for our trans lifeline. This fucker forgot it. This jackass. This is why I'm the one who remembers everything. It's only a $500 goal, but starting in June, we will be spreading that everywhere. If you don't know, a lot of Iron New York is trans, although we're extremely exclusive. And on top of that, every bit of our Pride merch, which has been on our shop, oh my god, 2-3 months now, that is bought in June, every bit of the money made from it will go into this as well. You will get a special role in Discord. We will be making custom shout outs here, so whenever you join into chat, that will be thrown at you on Twitch. You'll be added to the credits on all of our YouTubes and stuff like that from here from far on out, for being a big supporter for that. And then come October, we will be working with Vancouver by Night, Storyteller Steve, and all, I think at this point, like 30 plus other channels, people that are also doing it to raise money for the Trevor Project. So there will be that also. Starting July, the Sister Chronicle will be starting here on Iron New York, the Rusted Cologne. So now we will be having 2 stories going on for the next God only knows how long years. And then in January of 2027, there will be a 3rd chronicle hitting the channel, a Dark Ages one, that goes back in time before Iron New York ever became Iron New York. So you'll be able to see people like the famous King and Bones from season 3 and his people. And you get to see the story of Cain and Lilith and what happened before. So there's a lot of new things coming in. That is great. That is amazing. So we hope you guys stick around, and if you follow us on our socials, you don't have to contribute. The best, liking and sharing is just as much as giving $1,000, because it is helping us get out there. One share, one like is to one other person who could potentially see, who could help further these goals. But we love you, and now we can go jump into downtime. So love you. This this guy. Bye bye.